in 10 years. And that should be the messaging of Nigerians outside there, telling Nigerians 10 years of APC, because Nigerians have a very short memory span. We do not remember. We forget so quick because we just have to adapt. These people have made sure that we are living every day on survival mode. Nigerians are trying to feed. Nigerians are trying to struggle the next day. What we go chop. So it is incumbent on us as a people that are aware of these facts to make sure that this is a natural conversation. This is a daily conversation. This is a conversation that every single day you're rubbing it out there for Nigerians to understand. 10 freaking years of these people we have wasted. We keep wasting our lives, and if we do not do this, because yesterday on my live, I was telling my people on there, I was like, what we fail to understand is that we are meant to how the Nigerian this is me being practical. How the Nigerian memory works is that in the 4-year span, you have the first year, second year, third year, and the fourth year, which is the election year. The first year, the government is meant to start showing signs of development. That's why if you hear first 100 days in office, you're meant to say what you've done in the first 100 days. That period is also when subconsciously you conscientize Nigerians on what you have done. Then the opposition also amplifies on what you have not done. So if you failed in your first 100 days, vis-a-vis your first 365 days, the opposition are meant to highlight these things, amplify these things, let the Nigerian people bear witness that this first year was an absolute disaster. And all blames goes to the government. But we saw an opposition that failed in the first year to do their jobs of holding this government accountable. It emboldened the government into the second year. Second year have passed, they are failing. Opposition are still bothered, are still concerned about politics. We are emboldening these people into the third year. The third year now will happen. You know, say from third year now, campaign not begin to start. Then 40 elections. In the subconscious of Nigerians, you have not reminded them of their problems in the first year, in the second year, in the third year. Then in the fourth year, because I saw some people say that Tinubu is doing the highest campaign for and the opposition. The Tinubu economy is doing the highest. I said, you people are acting like you don't have our people's brains are wired. If you did not remind them in their first year, second year, that Tinubu is their problem. Second year, Tinubu is their problem. Third year, Tinubu is their problem. If you don't get them angry enough before the fourth year, Tinubu has all the resources at his disposal to insulate himself. You don't have it. Tinubu controls all 90% of all your radio stations. He controls 90% of all your televisions. He controls 90% of all your newspapers. The one he cannot control is social media. How many of us are on social media? How many? And intentionally, they are across the world. The price of data is falling. In Nigeria, data is increasing. You think it is? You think they don't know what they are doing? Do you think it is not intentional that they are intentionally making sure that data is more expensive in Nigeria? So that Nigerians, because they understood what you people did in 2023, that you people are always coming online. Nigerians can afford data and come online. Now look at how many Nigerians are complaining on data, that they will buy how much data. They don't swallow them for empty and not swallow them. You think it's not intentional? You think these people they are not sitting back to check their own lapses and their weak points? Do we think we are dealing with Jonathan or Buhari? We are dealing with something worse than these people times 5. If you doubt me, look at how much he has borrowed. Look at he has outborrowed all the past presidents in the space of 2 years with nothing to show for it, and he's still balling with no pressure. I'm racking my brain and I'm asking myself, how can we amplify the feelings of this government? How can we amplify the feelings of this government? How can Nigerians off street, off online? How can we do it? Yes, online have its effects because online tends to how do I put it now? Online tends to the conversations online has the way it trickles down offline. We had this, okay, look at all the shouts that was happening last week. GMO online, social media, GMO. Somebody made a tweet and was like, actually on radio stations in Nigeria, as we're speaking right now, there is campaign on GMO that if you're speaking against GMO, you are the devil. So
We now when we dey social media now we dey shout, say, when we dey on our few numbers, they shout, no, say no to GMO, say no to GMO. On reality, on ground, because we don't have the money that Bill Gates and co have. How many of us can go and buy out 10 slots in radio stations? We don't have these resources. The one that we have now in social media that we're meant to be pushing collectively conversations, everybody just they chase their own agenda, they chase their own this thing, they pursue it, pursue them, and I see this and I'm like, well, for me, the greatest thing, my own is I'm doing this for posterity's sake, because for me, it's important when things are being recorded, when times are being told, I'll always come out and say, I told Nigerians, 2025 is when people are meant to be amplifying the criminality of this government, reminding Nigerians of their reality, because Nigerians have a short memory span. 2025 is when some people are doing 2027 job. The real job of holding this government accountable. You were expecting, and I was saying it on my life, one of my friends, Osadon, came out and said, Saddam, don't worry. Say hunger will remind them. And I say Nigerians have a short memory span. He now confessed his own experience. He say, not true. Say all these people where they do aluminium condemn. Say when they in a house for Lekki side. One time say, the guy hungry or the guy they beg for money every day. The guy say, Tinubu they walk. Say, he just they walk. Say, Tinubu don't build the road finish now from here to Calabar. Then if we go for Coastal Road from here. In the minds of Nigerians offline, I am not on social media with me and you. Coastal Road has been completed because Tinubu commissioned it on television. Has been completed. It will be in their campaign manifesto. We completed 760 kilometer road. They have done less than 30. They have done less than 30 kilometers. But the messaging that are passing outside, because I'm saying this because opposition still do not understand the power of messaging. Well, many Nigerians we are still doing politics of gra. We are still doing politics of now we shall pass. We don't understand the power, the politics of messaging, the politics of strategy, as in being very, very strategic and following. We do not understand that politics. We are dealing with people that are perennial opposition. Tinubu spent close to 20-something, let me say, 16 years of his life playing opposition. We don't know that we have to sit down and think, because this man now, he's now in power. He's in power acting like opposition. And he's still in governance. He's playing us 4-4-2. We were packing the bus. When we are meant to be on the attack, we are defending. I have never in my life seen where opposition are the ones defending. Oppositions are meant to be the one attacking, putting pressure on the government. Putting pressure on these people. About the inadequacies of this government. But when many of us get power, now when we go open rooms, they insult ourselves. They attack ourselves. We can spend 16 hours attacking ourselves, insulting ourselves. 16 hours, 12 hours, 13 hours. That hour we cannot put it to calling out this government. We cannot put it to being in the room of intellectuals where we'll be saying, now I go school pass, now I read book pass. People cannot be in that room and be saying, guys, how can we map up strategy? What can we do to make sure that we are putting pressure on this government offline? What can we build amongst ourselves? Say, this 200 of us here, 200 of us here, 500 of us here. What can we do to make sure that we can contribute to putting pressure offline currently? So that man will not go into elections in 2027 believing what her pastor or her imam has told her, or her Igwe, or her Alpha, or her Oba, or her Seriki have told her. Estimate the ignorance in Nigeria, because many of us have gone to Cambridge, Harvard, Oxford, and the rest. We forget that over 100 Nigerians live in abject poverty. That over 150 million Nigerians are living in abject poverty. We forget these things, these realities. And APC are intentionally making it so. Make them dumber. And then you can harvest them. And then you can have a pool of ignorant people. That when you see sensible people come out and make a submission and say, Nigeria can be fixed in 4 years. That in 2 years' time, in 2 years, you can turn people that left Nigeria in 2 years will come back and say, no, 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 no. If you doubt me, go to Abia State. Check on social media, you will see confessions. People that left Abia State 2 years ago, they can't go back, they can't recognize way back to their homes today. It is happening, it is possible. Nigeria can be a massive construction site. Rails moving here, subways moving here. Constructions are up and down everywhere. It can freaking happen. But we have people that are criminals in government. People that are not even the as let me not say difficult as easy. Even insecurity. There is not one thing you can point to this government has done well. Instead, I'm seeing that Nigerians are being kidnapped and unalived. And Nigerians are blaming Nigerians. Loudly on social media, we see them with open video, open camera. The fault is Nigerians. Nigerians are, I'm like, my goodness. And APC are just slapping and say, oh, this is great. For every life lost in any country, the duty of the security forces, it falls back to the security forces. Let us hate ourselves. If the security forces are up to their job, they will protect lives and properties. That is the number one job of every government. You so much, and I know that there are systems in check to catch me if I want to do something mad or run mad. I will not be able to harm you. It's Nigerians, we have to learn to love ourselves. Like if we stop loving ourselves, kidnappers should not we don't kidnappers are finding money, we don't do their job. Highway robbers will not do their job. It is the inadequacies of the security forces to caution or to stop these things that is making it happen today. And it is the failings of the government, because 2 years into office, all the security chiefs in Nigeria under Tinubu still have a job. APC carried Boko Haram messaging across the country, across the world. Every bomb blast is across all its headline. They will drum it for weeks. Yaya bombing. They talked about Yaya bombing for months till the next bombing. It is a bombing story that will replace a bombing story. APC will use bad news to replace bad news from headlines. In fact, they milked Bring Back Our Girls for years, till Jonathan left office. All of a sudden, Bring Back Our Girls it just went silent. That is the people that understand the power of messaging. And I asked myself, I keep saying this because I have to go and Google and ask myself, the highest bomb blast in Nigeria is how many people were unalived? One life is too much. But I have to ask myself that question, and I went to check. And it was that Nigeria bombing. I think Christmas Day bombing or so. And it had less than 100 people. It is too much. Less than 100 people. But we have seen under Tinubu alone, over 100 and something people unalived in Plateau. Over 200 people unalived in Benue. Over this, as in the numbers, 100 and something can't be like baby number now. It's just like small number to the amount of lives being unalived. But Nigerians that are meant to stay on this thing and drum it to Nigerians understand almost see our problem on APC when they do that work. Well, I'm trying to make sure my submission doesn't go as far as possible. Let's keep it as brief as possible, because today we're going to be having an interview on state of the on GMOs, and I'm just trying to make sure I've said it. Anywhere I get mic to speak till 2027, it's my job to remind Nigerians that you guys have given APC 10 years of your lives. Look at how this young man, Governor Amunike, is popular today. Look at all of us are now his fans. Imagine a Governor Amunike, imagine 15 types of those kind of content creators right now doing content in their different languages, highlighting this criminality of this government. Imagine a ripple effect across the country. I'm just giving, imagine in the days of Obasanjo, Nigeria, Jaga, Jaga, Mr. President, lead us well. It's food, the hard life where they live for Nigeria. I'm just naming songs, where they come out from my head. Don't say these are songs I can still remember that were in during Obasanjo period. Nigerian Jaga Jaga then. Now Nigeria, if there's a word that is worse than Jaga Jaga, I can't. All our people that are meant to be focused on creating this kind of content are not even doing it. There's no music out there right now that is a jam, that is a hit, calling out these criminals in government. In 50 years' time from now, children will always listen to Baba Fela. I always play Baba Fela before I start all my shows on the Emir Saddam show. I always play Baba Fela. You can hear things he was saying that had to talk about his times. Idris Abdul Karim had to talk about his time, their times. African China and the rest talked about their time. This time now that we're in right now, into real creativity and also support them. Because that's the only way we can beat the metrics. Because the metrics, everything is stacked against Nigerians currently. There is no right, there is no reason why Sheyi Law, Zakodi, and Co. will go to any market in Nigeria tomorrow if we have done our jobs as Nigerians in arming Nigerians with enough anger through their music, through the content, because we cannot do it through the news because Tinubu already owns the news. But we have what we own and we're not using it. If we have armed our people well enough to push messaging out there, there is no body born of a woman that would have been sent on top of Gongoro, 911, Tipa, and be telling Nigerians in the midst of hunger, relax. Tinubu will fix it. Relax. And they will not come back as if Anthony Joshua descended on them from that place. We have to get to that point. Kenyans are doing it. Once you're a government stooge, that if a government that is failing you, come out, Nigeria's supposed to reach you. So next time they send the next set of people to come and preach that satanic message, you go run. You go say, no. You know what they do, Zakoji? You know what they do them, then Sheilo. You know what they do them? I beg, I don't go. You go get sense by force. Because you cannot be passing through hell and you'll be gaslighting Nigerians of our reality. And that's what APC is. Guys, welcome to the show. Let me just pass. And somebody even tell me on TikTok that they were shedding 500 naira and biscuits. So we could have the thing say Nigerians, hunger is enough. Hunger is enough strategy to remind Nigerians of Tinubu. APC 27, APC go do votes 250 naira. 250, we'll give two people 500 naira, they go share. After the vote, now they say, Nigeria, then it is us that is in the diaspora that now come and start calling them out, shouting, Nigerians are not this thing. Nigerians have not suffered enough. Nigerians are no. Nigerians are this. Nigerians are that. You people that are meant to do the job of helping them, because the truth is that Nigerians are massively ignorant. We are trying to forget this fact. Nigerians are massively not educated. Nigerians are massively not informed. We that are meant to use our hand now and pass this information, we will not do this work. Then when it comes to an exam day, which is election, Nigerians not going and go and fail. You're not going to start blaming them for failing when you did not provide for them resources to pass. These 3 years now is time to lecture them. We're not lecturing them. We're not expecting them in 2027 that our reality would have changed, opened their eye to see. No wahala. It will be told when it happens. God forbid that Saddam spoke out. The job that I kept quiet and I had the opportunity to speak and I did not speak out. No. I spoke out. My brother P-Shex, please welcome to the live, please. I don't know if our guests when we can start bringing them in.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think our guests are already, some of them are here. Please, Professor Christopher, I know you're currently online. Please request the mic. And also Professor Johnson Ikpere, please, we would like you to request the mic so we can bring you on. But, listening to you, Emir Saddam, one thing we can't take away from you is the passion by which you are most concerned about Nigeria and Nigerians. And to me, one of the biggest challenges we have in Nigeria is that we have a distracted population. BB Nigeria Season 10 is out. and everybody would forget about all the important things and be focusing on that. I've heard a lot of people say it's mutually exclusive, or so it's mutually inclusive. Well, to me, I'll tell you that it's a desensitization strategy. When you are desensitized, you wouldn't, the things that are supposed to be important, they will cease to be important to you. Why don't we focus at this time? I mean, listening to Emir Sudan talk about 10 wasted years. If you were 25, now you're 35. I'm talking about the passage of time. You know, Sometimes you may just think that, we'll get it right, we'll get it right next time. That next time is 4 years. If you are 30, you'll be 34. So why don't we sit up? I know that most of us in Nigeria are trained to be individualistic. In other words, have your own generator, dig your own borehole, have your own solar. In other words, you're providing your own water and light by yourself. So your survival is your business. You're concerned about your personal survival. In fact, many Nigerians would donate money and do the road that connects their street to the bus stop, do the road to connect their gates, all those things. You see, it has trained Nigerians to solve their problems personally. So many times they ignore who is president, they ignore who is out there. They just feel this selfishness of, let me sort myself out and I'm fine. But when we keep living like that, we forget that we are actually destroying our country. And whatever we need to do to save this country, to put this country back on track. You see, I come from a political angle of geopolitics. I'm looking at who the puppet masters are. Who are the people stringing these people from behind? Where are they? How are they doing it? And then from there, because if you busy yourself with the puppets, you are ignoring the puppet master. Let me give you a very good example. I put up a post some days ago and I said that ignore Big Brother Niger. And then I put a link to download the 86 amendments to the Nigerian Constitution. And I said, ignore Big Brother Niger. Instead of that, come and join us. Let us review the 86 amendments to the Constitution. I mean, think about it. It doesn't matter who is president. 86 amendments to the most important binding document of a country. 86, not 1, not 2, not 3. 1 to 8 times it by 10, then add 6 to it. 86 amendments. Then you go and ask yourself, what are they trying to amend inside the Constitution? Then by the time you open it and look at it, and then you're seeing that they want to increase the number of states to almost 40 something or 50 80 something thereabout. You're seeing that they want to add. I mean, if you increase the number of states from what it is by maybe another 20 or 30, that means you're increasing the number of senators, the number of House of Rep members, you're increasing the number of state ministries, and then increase budgets, increase number of Lexus Jeep that they will give to them, increase number of orderlies, more private security for them, and all of that. Where is that conversation going on? How are we jumping into that conversation and saying no to it? 86 amendments to the Nigerian Constitution is not a joke. By the time you open it, and then when you find out that the people who are consulting for Nigeria, who consulted to the Committee on Constitutional Review, are the puppet masters themselves. I mean, you're seeing Bill Gates, his foundation, with several other foundations consulting for Nigeria's Constitutional Review. These are not hearsays, these are realities. Do you think they will not, out of the 86, they'll just take like 3 or 4 for themselves? Like the one on investment, citizenship and investment, So we're looking at a state capture that if we're not careful, we'll not recognize this country anymore. And that's where we are coming into this conversation on GMOs, because we all have followed this conversation, for some time now. And I want to, thank Emir Saddam and the people behind this very important space for giving us this platform for us to really talk about what affects Nigerians the most, the food we eat. I mean, think about it. You cannot do without food. At least you've eaten today. And these things that you're eating, these GMOs, they don't digest. They decompose in the stomach. Then go and ask your doctor. Call a doctor and ask him how many people are going down with colon cancer currently. Because the food is not digesting. The body can't recognize it. It's not one of the things the body was told to digest. Birds, chickens that don't have brain, birds that don't have brain, they don't have the kind of brain we have. They are ignoring it by instincts, natural instincts. They are ignoring these things. But then by policy, our government is giving us to eat. It doesn't make any sense. So that's why we're here. I really want our professors to come on. I don't know, Professor Christopher, I saw you here not too long ago. Professor Ekpere, please, could you request the microphone?
I see some requests. I don't know if they're the ones. I don't know the handles.
There
I
should
don't
be.
want to bring anybody. Please, guys, we are trying to make sure that for now, if you're requesting the mic, please just be patient with us. We really want to make this more of an interview. Then when they have dropped their submissions, then if you have questions you want to ask, and also please, this is not just as I said earlier, it's not just an anti-GMO campaign. I really want to know. I really want to hear from people. If you are well versed in this topic, if you think what these people are saying is not right and you know more than they do, please request the mic and come and tell them what they don't know. But it is important that we bring professionals in the field, and that's what we're doing here tonight. So please, guys, and also I just want to push everybody. Maybe many of you missed it when I started the show. I want to push all of you, please. I see you guys, crazy people, on my TikTok. If you want to request the mic from there, please come to X. We can only give the mic from X today. Meanwhile, guys, let everybody please on the platform, if you can listen to me, if you can hear me, please share the space. Let's share the space. Let's retweet the space. Let's like the space. Let's get up into the conversation. Thank you so much. P-Shares, I don't know their names, so I think you will do that better.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure I can see let me see if I can find them. I can't see any request to speak from my side, but let me see if I can add them. Let me see. I saw. Okay, we have Dr. Just a second. Yeah, I saw Professor Amua just now.
I saw one chief. Somebody is any of them a chief?
No. Then Dr. Ife Anebo, she's also online. GRV's wife, Dr. Ife. Please, she was supposed to be she's supposed to be one of our speakers today. She's been in the conversation also. I think I saw her. Just a minute.
Oh, that's one person that everybody have been reaching out to me. They say, please invite her.
Yeah, I chatted her up, and she's currently in the midst of a big project. But please, Dr. Ife, if you can request the mic so we can bring you on, please. You could do that.
I see Tat Feng. Okay, I think I
Yeah,
can see
please
Tat
bring
Feng.
on Tat Feng. Please bring him on. That's Professor Tat Feng, please. Please bring him on. Professor Tat Feng is, in fact, he's one of Nigeria's most decorated molecular biologists. Yeah, Professor Tat Feng is here. He's a molecular biologist. He's one of our guests tonight. You should Google his name. He's a big authority in this field. And I'm happy to say that he's set up one of the best laboratories we have in sub-Saharan Africa. And it was his project. He set it up here in Nigeria. It's one of the very few, I think there are less than 3 ISO certified laboratories in Nigeria. And this is the highest of them all. And we're speaking to, he's a professional in this field, and I'm very happy to bring him on. And we're going to listen to him in a short while. He's also a member of the Biosafety Society and Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. And before we listen to Professor Tatfeng, let me just say something to what Emir Saddam said, that we need to balance this conversation. It's very important to balance it. Every day, I am currently on the lookout for people who support GMOs. Maybe you work in, I've invited Dr. Rose Gidado so many times. I've invited her so many times. Let's come on a space. let's listen to you and let's talk about this. You know, myself and Professor Christopher, we faced off a professor, Professor Gudu, and another guy called Dr. Abraham Issa. Both of them are scientists that worked on GMOs in Nigeria. At least they said they worked on GMOs in Nigeria. We met at Ordinary President's studio in Abuja, Mbelembe studio, and we had a major face-off. If you check my Twitter page, the last, I think, second or third post, you see there, almost 3 to 4 hours. We had a major face-off, and use any AI you wish to review the content if you don't want to watch the full video. It was a major, major one. And all the facts that we have been bearing out are out there in that video. Even just 3 days ago, the DG of NBME, Dr. Yemisi Asbara, she went to Channels TV to go and tell Nigerians that GMO is our solution to food security. And she said a lot of things on TV. And the very next day, we were on the same program on the same TV station, Channels TV, and we spoke into the conversation also. The facts are there. You can watch it. All the comments and all the even the people who interviewed us at the Channels TV, they knew that what she was saying was badass. So we are always looking for opposition. So if you're on the call right now and you want to promote GMOs here, you want to explain to us, maybe there's something we don't know. Maybe everything we're saying is not true. Please, we want you to also indicate. Send us a DM, send us a message, and then we can bring you on the call. So, but Professor Tafeng, where are you?
He dropped. I don't know what happened. He dropped. And also, I just want to put it out there because many people reached out to me, Aporoco Doctor, and I on behalf of the Vawulence space, we reached out to him before this space, and we did not get a response from him. So I'm putting. Okay, let me bring back Tatfeng up, Professor up. We reached out. So for me, I'm saying this is not about. I know we can always have the buzz bows. This is one intellectual conversation that we do on this platform, whereby it is, for me, the most important thing is education. And we might have our differences. We might not agree on so many things, but it is important that we have educated minds speaking on these topics, so that when you go out there and you're listening to different people selling their agenda, you understand what's behind the agenda. Well, Mr. Tatfeng, you're welcome to the show. Good evening, sir. If you can hear me, please respond. Prof, can you hear me? Your mic is on. Is on.
On, yeah.
But I can't hear you.
Professor Tatfeng, we can't hear you.
Hello, Dr. Shegun.
Oh, yes, we can hear you now. Greetings. Good evening.
I
think it's your network.
You need to.
I think it's your network, please.
Are you using GMO network?
No, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me now? Hello, Dr. Shegun. I'm listener. Good evening, all.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, are you hearing me now?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
I don't know whether it's the network at my end, but all right. Thank you very much. I really want to appreciate the convener of this meeting. To have a discussion on the. I would call it an important issue that affects our existence on the earth. When we talk of food, we are all aware that Maslow actually lists food as one of the basic needs of man. And anything that could affect either the quantity or the quality of our food should be of a primary interest to all of us. We have been involved into this issue for quite a long time now. We've had several discussions with our colleagues who also feel that GMO is the way to go for Africa. You know, I would say 2 to 3 days, you know, for those of us who listen to the outing that Professor Christopher and our colleague who spoke before him, you know, the position they ventilated on channels TV, I was really very dumbfounded and disappointed that someone can come on national television and say that can go nowhere. So when we hear this kind of fallacious statement from our colleagues, you know, so many questions just cross our mind. The first question now is, why has Africa suddenly become the beautiful bride? Bride to our friend from the other side of the ocean. They bring this product to us, telling us that that's what we need, when they themselves in their own countries, countries with advanced technologies, who have what it takes to respond in case of an emergency, are banning this product. But here in Africa, some of us feel that actually what we need. Anyway, everybody has the right to his opinion. But for those of us who are true Africans, we have a lot of reservations, you know, when it comes to GMO. For me, and for the generality of members of the people who are aligned with me, one, GMO violates our right to existence. GMO is a violation to our culture. I want to start with our right to existence. Yes, they bog our mind with all manner of stories around GMO. They tell us without GMO, but you hear some fallacious statistics such as by year 2050, if Africans don't embrace GMO, you know, there'll be hunger in the land and all kind of things. So the question that comes through my mind is, are Africans, or will hunger come because Africans cannot produce food for themselves? That's one fundamental question we have to answer. GMO has been adopted in some countries, but the question now is, what advancement have they made? Just a simple fact about Nigeria. We adopted the BT carton in 2018, and the reason they were putting forth was that as soon as we accept this, all the textile industries will be revived. But from 2018, can we mention one textile industry that has come up on stream? No. So for me, it's just what I call extreme capitalists who are at their game. Some people are just after making money, you know, on the back of Africans. My dear brother, I keep saying there is no philanthropic action without interest, because most of them come to us with all kind of philanthropic statements. No, they want to do that to help Africans. But at the end of it, what they tap out of Africa, we can't even imagine the take of us. They build some of those products without even letting us know. Unfortunately, we have our regulatory bodies that are handicapped. By the way, I'm not making a mistake by even saying that most of these promoters of these bodies, of these products, are the ones even drafting our laws for us. Laws that will regulate them, they will draft it for us. They use all manners, you know, to bribe our regulatory agencies to get what they want to push in, go through. You know, we've been in the civilized climes, you know, you can't put a GMO on the shelf if it's not labeled. But in Africa, they brought it in, they bring them in, they don't even want us to know when and what they are bringing in for us to consume. Against what many people think GM can be labeled in Africa, I want to tell us that you can label GM products. Yes, I know some of my colleagues were saying, if I can relabel maize meant for Akara, the same technology they used to confer a new trait on the product can also be used to label what I call genetic labeling. For instance, if they decide to bring what we call a chromogene, that means a gene that confers a color, to enable us identify GMO, when we look at them, it will be easy for us to know which product or byproduct is made from a GMO. But they wouldn't do it. They want GMO to look exactly like our natural food. That's where I see another deceit, because they don't want us to strike a difference between GM and our conventional food, because they are aware that once we know, that will be an indicator, that will be something we will hamp on to ensure that people boycott those products. But they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. I also stated that GMO is a violation to our culture. I'm a son of a farmer, born and brought up in the village. I used to see my grandmother after every season of harvest doing what we call today seed selection. At that time, I did not even know. Seed selection. Seed that will be replanted the next season. I never saw her going to market to buy seed. I never saw her going to market to buy seed. But with the technology, with the GM technology, obviously, many of you will agree with me that after the first harvest, if you replant the same seed, either they won't even germinate, or they will germinate, they won't produce seed. Even if they produce seed, the harvest may not win as much as the F1. So the technology is meant to exploit Africans. I don't understand why today an African, a true son of African, will tell us today that GMO is the way to go. You also agree with me that price is a factor of quality. For those of us who have been opportune to visit these countries, when we get into their shelf, you see the organic and the GM properly labeled. And organic is most expensive. Organic are the most expensive. GMO are the cheapest. So if GMO were actually better, why are they cheaper than the organic? And African has what it takes. God has blessed this continent. You throw a seed on a rock, it will germinate. But why are we abandoning our conventional seed, embracing this thing, laboratory produced seeds that are polluting our environment? I don't want to go into the health concerns we have about GMO. There have been a lot of studies being carried on. Presently, we are doing a study, and we are embarking on the study. We have 2 PhDs we are placed on that, and I believe in the next 2 or 3 years, the report of this study will come out. Professor Christopher, I hope is listening to us. We are expecting some GM seed from them, which we are going to use to feed on animals, and study the microbial profile and some genetic changes in those organisms over a period of time. But very weak regulatory bodies. If some of you are here, I think if you have the internet, can we just hit into the image maker of Nigeria on biosafety? That is the DAMA. The website is embarrassing. This is a regulator who cannot even test whether a product is GM or it has been genetically modified or not. But they are the one who come with all financial statements. Any product that they put to the market, they say they have what it takes to test, and they are testing the safety of this product. If you hit into the website of that organization, it's an outdated old biosafety cabinet level 2. And you see the floor raw with a carpet. The image maker of Nigeria in terms of biosafety. But these are the people coming to tell us that GMOs are safe with us. There are so many issues that maybe time may not permit us to dissect. You know, when it comes to GMO, I keep so much time when I listen to our colleagues speak, I look at them as children of imperialists. I wish I had the powers to expatriate all of them to those countries where those products are produced. They will go there and feed on those poisonous substances which they are trying to pump into us. There is a study that HOMEF carried out. If you look at the amount of those products on our shelves, there are so many, but I doubt if our regulators are even aware the people who have been telling us that they are in charge. We have a lot of GM product and their accessories circulating on our market, but the so-called biosafety agencies are not aware, and they come to tell us that we have what it takes. Even countries that are technologically advanced more than us, they are rejecting this product. Let's look at South Africa. They've been able to place a ban on that. Many countries, the European countries, in Russia, you bring in GMO, you are termed a terrorist. But these are products we want to pump into Africa. Why Africa? Why Africa? That's the question I'm asking. Why Africa? These people claim they want to help us. I remember a couple of years back, I thought some of our colleagues came from Germany at one of our biotechnology society conference. When they told us they are coming to look at partnership and see how they can help us, I was so bitter, and I did mention to them that we don't want any help and we don't need any help from them. Because if Nigeria gets it right, who will give them help? They come and put us on what I call a life support system to keep milking us. The most painful and the most annoying part is that they're going through our brothers. How I wish I had the powers to send them out of Africa. Africans' problems should be solved by Africans. The fact that we are hungry today is not because we cannot produce food for ourselves. The agriculture are telling us that 65% or 45% of the farm produce perish between the farm and the market. They need to fix our roads. Even bringing in GMO is increasing the amount of food that will perish between the farm. If our road, the basic amnesty of life are not provided, we have what it takes to feed Africa. So nobody should come and lie to us that we need those toxic substances for food. And if you look at the technology, for me, I keep saying God created nature with some level of orderliness. God does not allow natural transfer of genetic material between species that are different from each other. Otherwise, man could mate with a goat and something could come out of it. But man can throw science. Is trying to make that possible. There is bad science. For me, GM is a product of bad science. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. P-Sheks, I'm going to come to you. Thank you. I just want to push people in the room. Please, guys, you can see the kind of conversation we're having here today. Today is a very serious conversation. I think Professor Johnson Ekpere is here also.
Yes.
So, but before we bring him on and I pass the mic to you, Sheks, I just want to push everybody on the platform. Please, guys, if you have questions for them, I'll be in the comment section. If you have questions from YouTube, please just put it in the comment section. Also, TikTok, any question on the comment section, just so we can ask them. We're going to open up the floor eventually when they're done with their submissions for people to come and ask them direct questions. But if you're not opportune to ask them questions and you want to ask them a quick question, please put it in the comment section and we'll put it across to them. Meanwhile, please, everybody on the platform listening to us, please share the space. Let's retweet the space. Let's get up into the conversation. Thank you very much. P-Sheks, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Tatfeng, for that spirited submission. And myself and Professor Tatfeng, and all even esteemed Professor Johnson, we were all at the public hearing at the National Assembly, and it was very obvious that GMOs in Nigeria were a mistake. We can compromise other legislations, but when it comes to food, nobody wants to write a law that will lead to its own death. And this is where these are the points that we need to bring out. And I'm very happy that Professor Johnson is here with us. Professor Johnson, I would leave him to he's going to give us a strong history on how GMOs entered Nigeria, because he was the chairman of the National Biosafety Committee. He was given the assignment to create the framework for our biosafety. In other words, the current government agency called National Biosafety Management Agency that is responsible for regulating GMOs in Nigeria. It was his responsibility to produce the document that was supposed to give back to that agency. But something happened along the line. And we're very happy to see him here because, I mean, he's the father of biosafety in this country and, in fact, Africa, because he negotiated Africa's position on the Cartagena Protocol. Now, the Cartagena Protocol is it's a treaty among nations. It's a binding treaty among nations on to guide in the adoption of biotechnology and also to guide biosafety. So he was representing Africa from the Organization of African Unity. So, I mean, it doesn't get higher than this. And Professor Johnson, please, we would like you to, your mic is already unmuted. Please, we want to know what happened. How did Nigeria get to this level of vulnerability that we are so porous to GMOs at this time? And what is the future looking like if we keep these GMOs in Nigeria? Prof, over to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shagun. It's difficult in the time that we have to give the history. But let me say this, that in the year 2000, there was a world conference in Johannesburg, South Africa, on a topic that was then referred to as Agenda 20,000. Out of that meeting, which I attended, for your information, which was attended by our then head of state, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, a lot of issues about the world environment were discussed. And one of them had to do with the loss of biodiversity. Now, from there, an organization was created, or a protocol emerged, which was the Convention on Biological Diversity. I will suggest that those of you who have access to functional internet should go and Google it. And you will find that out of CBD came a lot of protocols, one of which was the Cartagena Protocol. It was spearheaded by the West, a group of Western countries that were interested in the use of recombinant chemistry, which, by the way, was the beginning of all of this. And again, if you Google recombinant chemistry, you will find what it gave birth to. And one of the areas that recombinant chemistry was supposed to address was biotechnology. Now, biotechnology is a very good science. Every science actually is good. But the issue is this, that you have the science and you have the technology. It does not mean you have to use it. Otherwise, the United Nations would not be talking of limitation of nuclear power, non-utilization of nuclear power. So biotechnology is a good tool that emanated out of a combination of work by those who were interested, and most of who were, what do they call them now? What the area of study of Tafeng, it just escaped my mind right now. So, most of whom were microbiologists. Now, the microbiologists took biotechnology protocol and designed all sorts of things, one of which was the development of use of genetic engineering to develop what they thought
Is it just me?
I think he went off.
All right, let's move on to, I think, Professor Christobeg.
Yeah.
While we wait for Professor Johnson. Professor Johnson, can you hear us, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
We lost you for the past, I think, 40 seconds.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
audible. Please go on, sir.
Okay. So the microbiologists came and developed biotechnology as a tool for planting material improvement. So that, in fact, was how GMOs came about. Now, that whole area of biotechnology spawned another protocol, international protocol, because it was fully known by a lot of scientists worldwide that biotechnology had, GMOs had deleterious effects. So that brought about the protocol of biosafety. Because CBD wanted the development of another protocol as a counterforce to the use of biotechnology. Now, Cartagena Protocol was negotiated almost over 5 years. And gentlemen and ladies, I was in most of those meetings. Myself and a colleague, Dr. Tiwolde, and you can Google Tiwolde's name, from Ethiopia, were the only two people, the only two Africans who really, with some Latin Americans, raised objection on the use of biotechnology as a tool for genetic improvement. Tiwolde was a geneticist, was a plant breeder, and so he knew everything. Now, I don't want to tell you what I was, but you'll be told. I'm an eclectic scientist, and I know all of these things. It's just that I'm not a specialist in microbiology. So at the end of the negotiations, finally, we were able to install a particular principle which we thought could defend African countries and other countries against the evils of biotechnology. In the document that I just mentioned about, in the biosafety document. So we installed something which we called precautionary principle. And precautionary principle, when it was accepted, the West didn't want it, but we had to push it, and we were able to get it through. Precautionary principle suggests that if you do not have full information on the effect of a particular scientific technology, you can defer action. It's like you have in journalism. If you are not sure, don't publish. So we pushed that. And for up to years, since I quit as chair, since they removed me from talking about these issues, I have always said Nigeria do not necessarily have to go too far. They should just invoke the precautionary principle. They don't have to ban anything. Just say, we are not prepared to use it right now. And that will save them. But nobody knows, nobody's listening. Now, let me just say that all of this is coming about because people are ignorant. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go on.
Good. All of this is happening because people are ignorant. Even our scientists are very, very ignorant. They do not know the antecedents of the very basic principles of the science that they are adopting. So that is the problem. When I then retired from the OAU, got back to the University of Ibadan, I was contacted by my colleagues in CBD headquarters in Canada and told that there was an application from Nigeria for funds to develop a biosafety regulation. And that since I was retired, they will approve that request if and if only I was willing to be the inception chairman of the Biosafety Committee for Nigeria. For almost 6 months, I rejected it and I said, look, I have just retired and I need a rest. But the pressure was a whole lot. So I said, fine. And so my colleagues in CBD, Professor Bedema and others, then approved the request. Now, there are people in the Ministry of Environment who will refute this, and they will say, no, Professor Kwara is exaggerating. But they don't know. They don't operate at the international level, and they have no clue as to how these decisions are taken. So the ministry then created a National Biosafety Committee, and I was supposed to chair it. The very first assignment was that I should try to craft a biosafety regulation, which I did. And there are quite a lot of my colleagues in that committee who are now propagating biotechnology. It's unfortunate, and I don't blame them. The pressure on them, if they have alternative opinion, the pressure on them that they will lose their jobs has created their support for what is going on. So we finished, and we handed the document to the National Assembly. We had a senator from somewhere in the Southwest who was very sympathetic and who knew what we were talking about, who was prepared to push this regulation. Because if we did not have a biosafety regulation, then it would be a free-for-all in the transfer of GMO technology to Nigeria. But we needed this regulation to be able to counter and regulate and control, and possibly to make sure that the conditions in the Cartagena Protocol for the acceptance of any form of genetically modified food, seeds, or whatever was met. And all of this were in the draft document which we sent to the National Assembly. Then came the second problem. There is an African organization called OFAB. Don't ask me for the meaning of OFAB, OFAB. That organization was located in Nairobi, and is still there. They sent a representative to come and lobby the Nigerian National Assembly. And I was aware. The National Assembly members were not aware. Most Nigerians were not aware. But because I operate at the international level, I knew that OFAB was here, and OFAB, by the way, is partially funded by Bill Gates. So before we knew it, OFAB had penetrated the National Assembly, virtually bought over the committee that was supposed to look after this, the Committee on Agriculture. They proposed a retreat somewhere, I don't know where, and I was told that I should attend that retreat. And I told them I wasn't coming because I had known the antecedent of what they were going to discuss and what it was going to result in. And I was not prepared as an individual, solo individual at the time, to go and face midwives and crafted with some very, very efficient colleagues, scientists, competent people, was mutilated. It was brought back. When I saw the draft that was now to be considered by the National Assembly, I said, well, if that's what Nigeria wants, that's what Nigeria gets. I still tried to get a few people who I thought might be interested to make comments, but nothing happened. So the document that you have today is not the document that I presided over. Secondly, to make a bad situation worse, somebody told the minister of, or I don't know, somehow the Minister of Environment took a wrong decision to scrap the now biosafety committee. So the biosafety committee was scrapped after I had served my 2 terms. So what we are dealing with today is a very, very, very difficult lobbying situation. And people who are ignorant cannot, in fact, defend a bad science. And Dr. Tafeng and all of them understand this. And so when they speak, I only try to back them up with almost 30, 35 years of antecedent information that I have. I think that's all I want to say right now to the question that was asked. That is the history, that is the background. And people who are ignorant will never be able to defend why bad science is being propagated. Finally, let me say that I feel very, very fulfilled, and I've said this everywhere. When I was doing all of this as the Executive Secretary of the OAU Scientific Technical Research Commission, I tried to get Nigerian scientists to be trained in these areas because I have funds in my commission to train them. I couldn't get one person, not even from my university, University of Ibadan. The only person that I was able to get trained was from University of Ife, there, a Cameroon gentleman who was doing a PhD in microbiology. We sent him to be trained. He was trained, he got his degree, and immediately he finished, he was sponged out by the Danforth Foundation in St. Louis, Missouri, to go and work on a Monsanto program on the genetic modification of cassava, because cassava was suffering from both mosaic disease and one other disease. So he went there. Now, this was all part of the second section of my being chairman of NPC. And they had completely completed the genetic modification of cassava against mosaic and mealybugs. Those were the 2 diseases. And they wanted to bring it to Mudike for what is it called now? For the next set of process before you can even think of a field trial. But before they could do that, they wanted us to say yes to it, that this was already done. So we a committee members, including myself, we came to the US, went to Danforth Foundation, and from there we went to Puerto Rico, where the transformed cassava, the GMO cassava, were planted. Unfortunately, by the time we got there, the disease, mealybug, and which was recessive, had exploded. That was the first lock that Nigeria had. If we had not stopped the transfer of that particular transformed cassava to Nigeria for Umudike to undertake confined investigation before field trials, maybe we will not have any cassava left in Nigeria today. And let me say that what I'm saying now can be refuted by the scientists who were now sent from Umudike to go and look at what happened. But that is the fact. So that is the story that I wish I have 2 hours to talk about what had happened. So after almost 40 years in the doldrum by myself, lone voice talking about the ill effects of GMOs, I feel very satisfied that there are younger, more competent, and more vocal colleagues who have taken out the baton and are running with it. But let me say that I will continue to give you people's support from the rear. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, any issues raised, I will. I'm here.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Johnson, sir. Thank you very much for that submission. And those of us who just joined, Professor Johnson Ekpere was the founding chairman of the National Biosafety Committee, and he just gave us a history of how biosafety and biotechnology actually came into Nigeria, a process that he was very, very involved in. Now, he talked about how an organization came from Kenya called OFAB. I think that before we listen to our next speaker, let me give a bit of information about that organization, how that organization came into Nigeria, and what that organization is currently doing at the moment. That organization called OFAB was born out of another organization called the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, called AATF. That's the acronym. AATF is the parent, is the mothership, it's the parent organization that is pushing GMOs across Africa. And that organization is a brainchild of none other than Bill Gates, who funds it very generously. Now, AATF, like I said, is African Agricultural Technology Foundation. And their work is to push biotechnology across Africa. AATF now discovers that, okay, for us to do this, we need to have like cells all across Africa. And they created what you call the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology, called OFAB. And OFAB now has cells in each country. So you have OFAB Nigeria, OFAB Kenya, OFAB Tanzania, and what have you. So Professor Johnson was just talking about when OFAB Nigeria began to come into Nigeria. And there was a woman who was very involved in this process. Her name is Dr. Rose Gidado. If you listen to me earlier, I mentioned her name. Dr. Rose Gidado she came with OFAB Nigeria from Kenya into Nigeria. And she was the country director of, or rather is, because she still holds that office. She holds that office till now. She's the country director of OFAB Nigeria. However, Dr. Rose also entered into federal government service. And today, she's the deputy director of the National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency. She's the deputy director of that agency, and she's the head of department of the National Agricultural Biotechnology Department. Both are under the Ministry of Science and Technology. Now, what you're looking at here is someone who comes under a foreign organization, or like she would say, a foreign project. Because one day I actually said it, and she said it's not an organization, it's a project. Okay, fine, let's take it.
Patience. I just want to be very clear. The OFAB is funded by Bill Gates, right?
It's fully funded by Bill Gates.
I didn't get you. You say?
The OFAB is funded by... Yes.
Okay, go on.
I'm going to read out the fundings very soon. I will give you the figures, and I will tell you what the money was for. And I'll tell you what OFAB did today. This today, 31st of July. I will tell you just in a moment. I'm coming. So now, OFAB Nigeria, which is actually a spun-off from the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF. So it's like you want to infiltrate a certain country, then you send your foot soldiers, and that's OFAB. So OFAB actually comes with the GMOs, enters Nigeria. Then shortly after, a company was registered in Nigeria called Monsanto Agriculture Nigeria Limited. That is like the seed company that was going to push the GMO seeds into Nigeria. So what Professor Johnson was just saying just now was that at the time he was doing the ethical work of midwifing a proper, biosafety protocol for Nigeria, foreign interference came in from OFAB, and then, like they would always do, organize conferences. They will take you to the best conferences, 5-star hotel, 3 days conference in the 5-star hotel. You're coming in, you're seeing white people with pie chart, bar chart and all the rest, projections telling you how this thing is going to fix the economy, how it will fix this. I mean, you look it up the internet. They said that the BT Cotton was going to give us $534 million. It was going to revive Nigeria's textile. They come with all these promises, projections. And all you just need to do is take this document and take it to your National Assembly and ensure it is approved. And they give you mobilization fee and per diem, all in thousands of dollars. There is nothing that they would want to say that you will not accept at that point. And that's exactly how Professor Johnson's document was sidelined. And then what you currently have there was midwifed by this woman called Dr. Rose Gidado. Now, like I said, she holds that office today. So imagine she came in as an advocate, came in under as an activist and advocacy, but today she's a policy driver and a scientist on this same thing in this very country. When she's federal government, you don't know. When she's OFAB, you don't know. So she brings the things in as OFAB, and then she would use the front of federal government to push it. Today, this very today, right? They had, was it yesterday or today? Yesterday or today? They went to the north because with the current drive against GMOs, money has been released. And they went to the north to meet with some clerics, Islamic clerics. I'm going to put the video up on the Jumbotron shortly. I'll look for it and put it up. And went to meet some.
I saw it yesterday.
Oh, you saw it? Aha. Yes, yeah. Oh, they went to meet some Islamic clerics because now everywhere there's fire on the mountain. So they've released money. Now, before I go into that, let me read some of the monies that were released into AATF, which gets into OFAB from Bill Gates. Now, coinciding with the same time Professor Johnson was working on those documents, the date is February 2008, and AATF received $35.8 million from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Now, everything I'm saying currently, you can go to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation website, the Gates Foundation website, you'll see it there. The reason for the $35 million was to develop drought-tolerant maize for small farmers in Africa. This was 2008. Then 2010, they released $200,000. And maybe that's for the conference that Professor Johnson refused to go to. They said the purpose was to support conference that enhances knowledge sharing and awareness on biotechnology and contributes to building, listen to this, and contributes to building an enabling environment for decision making. Let me take that again. That money was released to support conference that enhances knowledge sharing and awareness on biotechnology and contribute to building an enabling environment for decision making. That was what that money was for. Then the following year, 2011, they released another $1 million, and they said it's for general operating support for GMOs in Africa. Then same year, the following year, they released $3.9 million to enhance knowledge sharing and awareness on agricultural biotechnology for improved understanding and appreciation, $3.9 million. Then they released another $4.7 million for about the same thing. Then they released another $50 million to develop and distribute improved maize hybrids, and drought-tolerant and insect-resistant and higher-yielding maize. This was in 2012. As at 2012, many of us here, many people, not me, many people, some people on this call were still in maybe primary or secondary school. But see when the agenda don't the agenda. $50 million don't drop for this thing as far back as 2012. 2013, to support
Oh, wait, please. This $50 million dropped by who?
Bill Gates. In fact,
to
50.5
ATF, to ATF, and then filtered onto OFAC,
yes,
and then filtered onto the Biotechnology Development Agency, whatever they call themselves, in Abuja. And of course, with that, tell me, how can the Nigerian government face up with that kind of thing? The only way to do it is to have Nigerian scientists who have a conscience and who know better than what they are doing because of dollars. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, so by 2013, they released another $104,000. By 2015, they released $10.5 million. And the reason for that money was to enhance knowledge sharing and awareness on agricultural biotechnology. That's majorly just to, as in, bribe anybody you need to bribe. $10.5 million to do giveaway. That's what they said here. By 2016, $11.2 million for about the same thing. By 2017, about $400,000 to develop strategies or approaches to effectively and sustainably achieve higher mechanization usage by smallholder cassava farmers. Then, like that and like that, $27 million dropped in 2018 to fund the approval and initiation of commercialization of transgenic, drought-tolerant, and insect pest protected maize hybrids in at least 4 African countries, to fund the approval and initiation of commercialization of transgenic GMO maize, that's Stellar maize. This $27 million dropped in 2018. Guess when the request for Stellar maize entered Nigeria? 2018. By later in 2018, another $4.3 million drops to provide funding to support the development of hybrid rice. What came into Nigeria has golden rice, and so on and so forth. Another $4.3 million. 2019, $18.2 million to enhance knowledge sharing and awareness on agricultural biotechnology. Then 2020, $4.8 million to address blah, 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 and so on and so forth. So all the monies together is about $175.602 million that has come into Nigeria, that has come into Africa, trickling down into just 3 African countries that this thing worked for GMO.
Million, a billion.
No, million, $175 million, $175.6 million. This is for only GMO. Only GMO. We have not talked about the other things, because by the time you add all the other things that the guy is funding in Nigeria, like for instance, just in October, November last year, he released $54 million to only our Ministry of Health. Only our Ministry of Health, $54 million. When you convert that to Naira, you will know why it's important for them to ensure that we have a weak currency so that small will become big in our eyes. So we are fighting a war here with people who, of all the problems in Nigeria, we have insecurity issues in our farms in the north, even in the Middle Belt, and even in the south. It's happening all over. We have insecurity issues. Why are they not interested in helping us solve our insecurity issues if they really care about our food production as it were? Why are they not looking into? You said?
Bishop, no, go on. I wanted to ask a question, but go on.
Okay. Why are they not helping us look into stopping post-harvest losses. Post-harvest losses are our biggest cause of food insecurity, because according to reports, 40% of what we produce in Nigeria, we lose them to post-harvest losses as high as 40%. So when you are losing 40% of what you're producing, if you're able to save that 40%, don't you think that we're going to have food for all? So why are these billionaires and these people not coming to help us look into these particular issues? When there was even palliatives for the common man, these palliatives that were given to our politicians and given to our people never got to the common man. But GMO must get to the common man, whether we like it or yes. Who are we deceiving? So these are the conversations that we are on, and I just wanted to read out those figures to buttress what Professor Johnson was saying about how, he submitted A and then they want to flip the report later on. And I can tell you that it is starting in the National Assembly, and I can tell you it's happening even at the moment, because after we had the public hearing, if you have not watched the public hearing on GMOs, the one that happened November 19 last year, it's on my handle, it's on CEFSA's handle, it's on the internet. Go and watch it. Try and watch everything. You will be thoroughly entertained. That public hearing was a revelation. In fact, Rose Gidado, all of them, they were there. Everybody supporting GMO in this country was there. But also, all of us were there. Myself, I was there. Professor Johnson was there. Professor Tatfeng was there. Professor Christopher was there. And several others. Were quite a lot. And we all spoke. And by the time we're done, everybody knew that GMO must die in this country. But guess what? Since after that public hearing, when Honorable Mukhtar Shagaya moved the motion in May 16, the committee was supposed to get back to the National Assembly after 4 weeks. 4 weeks turned to November, from May to November. It was November that we now had the public hearing. Between November last year and today, the report of the public hearing, it be like say, it won't die. They are trying to play the waiting game, the delay tactics, so that everybody will forget about it, and then they will now flip the results, and nobody will see. But we say no. We have been monitoring it, because all of us were there. The videos are out there, and that's one of the reasons why we are pushing the videos out. You saw that video of that man, the Kabi Ibrahim, who said, if you eat GMOs and die, it's better than not to eat and die. That video is everywhere. That video was at the public hearing, So we are pushing it out there so that everybody will see. So that by the time they try to bring a report that is different from what actually happened, then there will be a revolution. Because all of us were there, everybody watched it. So if something different comes out, then we know that it's just for them to also ask them, where did they go and do the conference? Because already we have heard that 2 conferences have held already. They flew some of our judges to Kenya to go and attend conference in Kenya. And after the conference in Kenya, of course, information reached us. Then they organized a secret training for a few of our lawmakers who are actually going to make a decision on this thing. They organized secret training for them. And we are aware. And we have also countered it. So we are following them bumper to bumper. And you see, if it's just a few of us following this matter, then it's not going to be effective. But we need everybody to follow this matter, because the more this thing delays. Let me ask you a question. When last did you see earthworm? Earthworm. When last did you see earthworm? Earthworm that when we were growing up, we used to see earthworm everywhere, every corner. We can't find earthworm anywhere today. If you are seeing earthworm, if you can see earthworm very well, if you are seeing earthworm, it's a sign of a good soil, a soil that doesn't have chemicals in it, soil that is not bad. But today, where are earthworms? How many of you, if you're a farmer, you're listening to me, and you have earthworm on your farm, please let me know. Earthworms are rare, scarce. Why? Because these chemicals are killing them. These are the real causes of biodiversity loss. And then they come and tell us, like what they were saying. I listened to the video when they spoke to the Islamic clerics to them yesterday. They said that the reason for GMOs is because of climate change, for us to combat food security that is coming as a result of climate change. My question to climate change activists is that what did the previous generation do about the climate? What did they do to fix climate? I want to know, what did my grandfather do to fix the climate? What did my great-grandfather do to fix the climate? The climate changes naturally every 30, 35, 40 years by natural, and everything will adjust. Everything will adjust. These are laws and principles that were set before the world began. Like I said to any of the scientists, when you opened the particular organism and you opened the gene, you saw the genes there, Abi. You saw the genes were carefully arranged. It was God that put it there. Somebody put those things there. The person that put it there also made that creature adapt to the climate where it finds itself. So you are trying to do what nobody sent you to do. Later on, Bill Gates came, he said he wants to block the sun. Later, they said they want to fix climate change by pouring chemicals inside the cloud. Later on, nobody sent you people this message. Why are you creating regulations and creating laws, creating all sorts of funny things from what nobody sent you to go and do? Later, Bill Gates came and said that we must kill all the cows because the cow fat now is causing climate change. It's putting too much methane in the air, that we should not start eating lab-grown meat. What kind of thing is that? Who is sending these people messages? Who have made these people the official doctors and farmers for the rest of us? Are we irrational beings and non-living creatures?
Nishax, let me just cut you short. And I will make you continue.
I can never forget that cow fat was affecting the environment. That thing burst my head.
S is welcome.
They pushed it a few years ago. I said, how many cows don't do this world from time? If not like that, these people
I have a friend that went to Zanzibar on holiday, and when in Zanzibar, sent me videos. If you see Bill Gates Island in the middle of the water, in the middle of the ocean, if you see Bill Gates Island, you're not allowed to move to drive your boat how many kilometers to that island. These people that are telling you of climate change are buying houses at beachfronts, owning islands in the center of ocean, and are coming to preach to you about climate change. If they were so scared that the climate is about to collapse, what are they doing all this kind of in these places? And how much these guys use propaganda to gaslight and to bamboozle the society.
I remember that cow one. They started doing research into cockroaches, how they can make meat from cockroach. If they grind cockroach like this, do it like this. I said, whoa, what is going on? Make I leave cow. They chop cockroach. They started with Netherlands. Oh, the cows in Netherlands, they need to at least half them. I said, what's a cow they chop where they mess with? One cow to one factory is what? One cow fat to one factory is what?
All the
guys
private
have
jets
God
that are flying.
Maybe we begin chop cockroach. Investigation into worm technology, how they can use earth millipede to make a cake. I said, are we planning on how to live outer space? Are we still in Earth?
Gentlemen, can I just make one comment?
Please go on, sir. Please go on, sir. And we have people here that want to ask questions. So please, if you're up here and you want to ask a question, please your hands should just be up.
Let me just say this. This is very relevant. A few weeks ago, your Minister of State for Agriculture said on air that there is no GMO in Nigeria. I don't know if some of you saw it.
Sir, I was there. I was standing in front of the Minister of State that day. That video that is on the internet, now me, I used my phone. I have the full recording of that interview. I stood in front of him and I recorded him with my phone. The journalist that asked him the question, I was the one that told the journalist to ask him. And I recorded him. And our Minister of State in Nigeria said that there is no GMOs in Nigeria. I've not posted the video yet. I'm going to post. I just shared it and then it was on the news. I will post it maybe by tomorrow or next.
Please, what's the minister's name, please?
Make I check now, Minister.
See how useless this set of ministers are under this cabinet that you cannot even name 5. You can't name 5 of the ministers out of 53 in this government. All bunch of retards. They just carry old archival politicians where we say now just to steal money, they just put it. Hi, God save Nigeria. They can't see Oimboma when they dash them free money. Big Gates go to use these people. He go give them 2 million. These people go sell Nigeria. We go begin chop. We go chop cow shit. Say that meat. These people. Hey, Nigeria better one chance. Because save us. Please, let's bring in people to ask questions. Please, if you're up here, you want to ask a question, they ask you up, please. If you're requested for the mic, please, it's important, please. Let's pass the mic to the audience. And if you cannot ask a question, you can drop it in the comment section. We're gonna ask it also. Okay. Please let's start with the lady. It's a beautiful flower. Please, let's have your question, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys. Great room. Professor, can you hear me, sir? I just wanted to make sure before I go on.
Professor Johnson, can you hear her, please?
Professor, are you there? Okay, maybe you should just ask the question. We'll keep it. When any of the professors come, we would answer it.
Oh, okay. So it's a bit scientific. That's why I needed him to hear me. So I work in the biotech industry, and I know we're sort of coming out of my industry. So I was like, oh my God. But I'm on the mammalian and the microbial side. But there's something about P-Shirts, thank you for that introduction. But we've gone far in Nigeria. We signed the telomeres in 2019. We did the trials in 2021, and we rolled out in dry season in 2024, and 2025 is rolling out now. So for telomeres, for BT cotton, and for PBR cowpea. Now, BT cotton, so we have cotton and then we have BT cotton. And I know Professor will understand what BT is. It's just a Bacillus thuringiensis bacterium. So what we do is you inject that bacterium in your seed. And then what it means is it protects the outside layer. And so the plants that feed or spoil your seeds, it will be resistant. That's what that means. Now, and thank you for the caution, Professor. I followed your work since it's, I know I'm in the diaspora, but I pay attention to the biotechnological field in Nigeria. So thank you for that, for raising that attention. But I just wanted us to know how far we've gone. The National Biosafety Management Act of 2015 was amended in 2019, gave the okay for the trial. So it's been a bit far. The problem with GMO, even though we want to thank science for keeping us alive and doing all these things for us, is the dependency on the seed. These seeds are patent. That means that every time for every season, you have to go back to Monsanto or Bayer. Those are the 2 huge giant companies that have access to this seed. So that means that then they'll be able to just imagine a country being dependent on a corporation. That's not a good thing. So that's my argument against that. But I wanted him to speak to that BT cotton. And that's why I came up. So maybe I'll just wait for him. I can go down and come back if you have a lot of people you want to bring. But I really want to ask him.
What's your question on the BT cotton?
So for the rollout,
right?
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, if he's aware of the rollout where we are in Nigeria for the dry season for 2024, rainy season for 2025 for the telomeres, now for the BPR cowpea and BT cotton, and how far we've gone.
Okay, but that's PBR BT cotton was rolled out in 2016. That was actually the first one that was rolled out. It's basically we call it the pink bollworm, and it's also a BT. It's Bacillus thuringiensis. Same gene from the Cry1B stuff was taken from the Bacillus thuringiensis and put into so it's also a BT cotton, and that was rolled out in 2016. That's actually the first one. Everywhere they've introduced this thing, they always start with BT cotton. First of all, because it's it won't generate as much conversation because people don't eat cotton directly, except when processed as cotton seed and all that. So, but many countries stopped at cotton. For instance, in India, when they introduced it in the early 2000s, it led to the death of over 300,000 farmers because it failed. And excuse me, and Monsanto themselves admitted that they failed in India. There are reports for that. Tons and tons of research, peer-reviewed research, to prove that Monsanto failed in BT cotton in India, led to the death of many Indian farmers. It's in fact it got into Bollywood. They had to make movies about it. It was a big thing in India, and India never moved out of cotton. Many other countries like Burkina Faso in 2016, they pulled out of, in fact, Burkina Faso introduced BT cotton much earlier, but in 2016, they finally pulled out of the whole thing because it gave them inferior lint. They couldn't export it. It wasn't as good quality. And of course, it created seed dependency. Their soil was destroyed. And then all the farmers, I mean, if you go to YouTube right now, just Google 500 Burkina Faso cotton farmers revolt against BT cotton. You'll see the videos there. They revolted against it. So, but it's just sad that in Nigeria, what everybody has rejected, even our Nigerian cotton farmers, I spoke to the cotton farmers, I spoke to the president of the Cotton Farmers Association in Nigeria, and he said the same thing. When the thing came into Nigeria, it was 15,000 per kg, and you need 4 kg per acre. Right now, it's 55. As at last year, it was 55,000 naira per kg. So that's about 220,000 naira to plant cotton on 1 acre. How many farmers have that kind of money? And he complained that right now many of them are bearing the brunt. If you go to 23rd of September, Business Day article, 23rd of September, you see a report by the Cotton Farmers Association of Nigeria, NACOTAN, complaining about the failure of BT cotton in Nigeria 6 years after. All the promises made by Rose Gidado and her ilk, everything to the drain. And of course, like I said earlier on, no one is talking about it because we're fully desensitized in Nigeria. The cotton farmers are crying. Later on, they'll move from cotton farming to to cattle riding, and then because everybody has to survive. But guess what? We're destroying our soil, destroying our land, and they're crying out, but no one is hearing their voice. Other people have cried out in other countries, and the government has taken actions. But our own government have attended conferences, and then they've given them per diems and dollars, and of course, sweep it under the carpet. The press, until you pay them, they won't carry your story. So I think, does that answer your question about when BT cotton was rolled out and how far it's gone in Nigeria? Please let me know.
Oh, yes. Yes, and for the Burkina Faso, I tell you, I follow it. What about the cowpea? Have you seen the reports? I guess, can you point me to where I can find that report? I couldn't find it.
So the PPR cowpea is even the same thing. Now, the PPR cowpea is, there's a lot of research coming out on PPR cowpea in Nigeria. A lot saying, and you see, this is where we need to also balance what we say. One of the reasons why some of us are able to really go against this thing is because we don't study these things because we want to go against it. We study it to know. Let us be clear. Let us be objective about it. And research came out that PBR cowpea, which is GMO beans, essentially, that it has reduced the number of use of pesticide, that they apply on it. That one was rolled out, I think, 2018, fully in 2019, and they said it's doing very well. That it's everywhere. They improved on the seeds, and they even said that the Nigerian scientists that worked on it was actually that Nigeria was the first place, I think, in the world or so where they were fully able to complete the project with some Australian scientists and co and stuff. The very guy that worked on PBR cowpea, Dr. Abraham Issa, he was the one that I debated him. I debated him at Brekete Studio. He was there. And the flaws with PBR cowpea is very simple. Number one, There are no long-term research to prove that after the third or fourth year, you are not going to increase the number of your sprays. There are no long-term research to support it. There is no health-based risk assessment to support it. And the so-called research that they have was funded by the same OFAB. So you're already looking at because that already invalidates the whole thing. And also the soil. If you do the microbial test of the soil, like was said at the public hearing by I think Dr. Ifeanyi Kasmir, if you carry out the microbial test on the soil and before and after you plant PBR cowpea, it's not the same. The soil is being affected big time, and there are research to prove
Sorry, please,
that GMO.
patience, when you're calling this PBR copy for the layman, what is the term for the layman? Common mother and father is beans, Abi.
GMO beans.
Beans.
GMO beans.
Hey,
GMO.
Yeah.
all of us in the chop
You know,
akara. Hey, oh my God. Please go
sound,
on.
it sound germane. You just saw PBR cowpea. It's beans, GMO beans, to say it as it is.
Moi moi,
But
akara. Hey,
yeah,
God have mercy, God damn
so,
it. No
as
wonder
you
the
are
kind
eating,
mess face of Nigerians they mess inside public transport. You could wonder what in these people they chop. Which kind of beans species are these people eating? Ha! No. Please go on, Pishek.
yeah. So,
Dr.
Professor
Okebo,
Tyler,
please
are you there?
allow me to just buttress some of the points you've raised here.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Really, I didn't want to really go into the science of it because I actually don't know much of the people on this platform. I was a little bit superficial for me to communicate easily. Yes, my sister spoke about the BT cotton. My sister is much more worse than what you think. From the Burkinabe farmers, they went through hell. I'm telling you, Burkinabe farmers, I visited Burkina Faso, I met a lot of them complaining about it. The worst again was aside producing very short cotton fibers, the cotton sticks after harvest could not be degraded. In our traditional system of farming, when you harvest, you can till the ground on the leaves of the plant to form manure, even for the plant you grow. It would not even degrade. Even the
Yeah.
is
Prof,
any
we're losing
soil.
you.
It was sustaining
Hello, Prof.
chopping crops.
Your internet is not. Your internet
One
is.
could not grow. They had to abandon those
Prof, can you hear me,
5 to
please?
6 years for the
Prof cannot hear me.
child.
Prof, can you
And
hear
some
me?
Prof. Don't vex.
Prof, network don't be GMO. Your network is genetically modified. Prof.
oh, they will get the fight.
Aye. Wow, Prof. This
It's
information
very.
is passing here is very important. You have to start again, sir, please, from beginning.
Are you?
Sir, it's breaking. We can hear you, but it's breaking.
I'm breaking. Oh, I don't know. Like,
Sir, will you change location a little?
see whether I
We are struggling. We can't hear anything you're saying. So
can.
if you can hear us, please, if you could drop and come back, sir, or change your location of where you are.
Okay, I think he's trying to connect back. So so
Please, yes, pick it up from here, please. Thank you.
what Prof was saying was so important.
Please,
He-
Patience, why they use a local name for us? I beg. If you want to call, let's call the local name for Nigerians. That's where Nigerians, the ones who understand. Because if you call them, I can't come in, I'll see that. Waiting concern them and come people don't chop beef now.
So what Prof was saying just now was
The
that
prof is back.
Prof is back. Okay.
Profs are back.
Aha.
But Professor Christagonos did not come back. Oh.
Professor Christopher, he will come. Professor Christopher is now a vice chancellor.
Oh, yes,
You know.
that's true. That's true.
Yes, and I really want him to speak. He's the one that has bombed them very well on TV recently. His interview on Channels TV is like nuclear weapon inside their camp. So we'll get him back. I'm speaking to him on the phone. I'm trying to get him. We'll come back. Professor Tatfeld, please, we lost you for everything you were saying about the degradation of
Sorry.
after the. Yes, please. So you could take it from this side. Professor Tatfeld.
What if I told you that this program is being jammed?
It's very, very possible. It's very, very possible.
Science is a speculative way of thinking.
Yes.
Even though some will say it is conspiracy, whatever they call it. But
no, sir, during the public hearing, sir, the public hearing, when I'm streaming it to YouTube that day, it was jammed. At a point, all the networks started going bad, and then the media guys came to meet us that there are people in the hall that are using jammers to jam the signal. Because that public hearing, to date, is the most attended public hearing at the National Assembly. There was a huge crowd standing. The whole place was full. There were more than almost 40 to 50 lawmakers present, seated on the stage. And in the crowd, there were people that were jamming the signals. They were jamming the signal that day. By the following day, they had tried to bring down the public hearing from YouTube. They tried to bring it down from our handle, but they were unsuccessful. Then they started mass reporting our YouTube page. YouTube page that has just, as at that time, had like 100 people, not like anything serious. But then next thing we went and then we saw that YouTube had brought down the page. We had to contest it with YouTube that you can't take it down. So they've tried to bring down several of our videos. Even when we went to Ordinary President Studio, that video, they brought it down from you. They reported it till they brought it down. You won't find that video on the Ordinary President's YouTube page. You only find it on Twitter page, not even Facebook. So we understand that it's a war, and they try to jam and try to mess up our signals from time to time, but it's not going to stop the truth from going out. That is not going to happen. So, yeah, Professor Tatfeld, please, if you're back, we need you to continue on that thread that you were on. Just unmute your mic, sir, and then we could take it from there. If not, just interrupt me. If not, maybe I'll just put it into perspective so we can move on. What Professor Tatfeld was trying to say is that after the harvest, the stalk of the cotton was not degradable. It didn't, you use it for mulching in our normal farming practices, but it didn't degrade. It was just there. It didn't degrade. And that's what I said earlier on. There's a video I have to that effect I can share. GMO food is not biodegradable like your regular one. When we say these things, they will ask us for peer-reviewed research, and they say evidence-based research. And many times I want to tell them evidence-based fire you there, and that's what I want to tell them. But of course, playing in science, you have to play with evidence. But I mean, the facts are there. Let's go to our hospitals and check how many people. In Nigeria, we don't keep records. There are no records of incidents and cases of certain types of diseases in Nigeria because they don't want to look at the reports. They don't want that data to exist because data would inform research. So I have a friend who had bread. He bought bread, and the wheat. He was suspecting that the wheat used for that bread was, GMO, and that bread was fresh for almost 22 weeks. He put that bread. He put the bread on his table, like you put your radio, your phone pouch. He put bread there, and the thing for 22 weeks, no single fungi grew on that bread, no mold, nothing. And then somebody will eat that bread, and you will tell me that stomach will be normal? No, now. So these are the concerns. At least Professor Tatfeld was saying it. The stock did not degrade on the farm. And of course, messes up everything. And that's what I keep telling the scientists. No matter where you studied, no matter what you studied. In fact, Bill Gates sponsored the science of biotechnology at Michigan University. And then that same Michigan University is where most of these our biotechnology people, they will now sponsor them to go there and study. So you're going to study
Michigan State University, Michigan State.
Michigan State University.
Yes.
He sponsors the science there. Then he sponsors the regulation somewhere else in Colombia also. So by the time you go somewhere, the biotechnologists go and study somewhere, then the regulators go and study somewhere else. Two of you come and meet in your country with curated science that has been skewed. So that's why some of our scientists, they can die there. Because it's hard to tell them that they got their degrees and their degrees are lies. You know, it's hard to tell them. Then they want to start asking some of us, what's your qualification to talk about this? Qualification kill you there. That's why I always tell them, everybody that eats food has a right to question what he eats. Everybody that eats has a right. If you don't want us to talk about it, then this your so-called science that you have, expert science, then it should be to only feed you expert scientists. If you are going to use this expert science and feed the population, then you have to be answerable to us. And any question we ask you, answer us. So that's what I tell them, because they use it as one of their talking points to try to dissuade people from talking about it. You can't, it's not jazz. And science is not religion that you tell us to believe the science. You can't tell us to believe the science. Science was born from inquiry, from questions. So we will keep questioning them, we'll keep studying on it, and we'll keep, firing them properly. So that's why, Emir Saddam said, if you have questions, please bring out the questions, and we have eminent persons in the house to answer the questions.
Professor Tatman, can you verify if you can now speak, please?
While you are waiting for Professor Tafeng, can I just make one statement?
Please go on, Prof.
The fact that the stocks do not degrade is the same basic principle that was provided by those who are against vaccines. In the new form of vaccines that are created through Bill Gates Foundation sponsorships and being currently traded all over the African continent, in the sense that the RH factor that is implicit in the vaccine cannot be removed from your DNA once you've taken the vaccine. And they will like to tell you that yes, you will urinate and the excess will go off. No. If you ask the two Nigerians who were involved in the RH factor component of vaccine production, they will tell you just that. So there is a component in the vaccines that are being promoted in your country today that creates a different kind of DNA with an RH factor attached to one of your protective DNAs, which fights infection, yes, but it creates other problems because it only fights infections that it can detect. And so the infections that it cannot detect will kill you. All of these science technologies, they all have consequences. If you take a particular drug, a new drug, against a particular disease today, you will find at least 5 or 6 side effects. Why? Because your DNA has been reconditioned to fight only that disease for which the NRH factor was created. So it's exactly the same thing in crops. If you cannot degrade it, then what's the use? These things, people have to be careful. People have to be careful. There is a science that today can create a whole human being from a cell. Is some people in Europe suggest conspiracy theory that human beings, that humanoids working somewhere on this continent, on this world, that are not born, going on because science is overshot its relevance. And so we have to be very, very careful what we accept and what we question.
Professor Tatfen, can you hear us now?
I can speak. The line breaks. Are you hearing?
Can somebody unmute him?
We can hear you, Professor Tatfen.
Yes, go on, sir. Go on.
Trying the cotton, because somebody a term that everybody
Prof,
you know,
Professor Tatfen, sir.
great.
It's like Professor Tatfen. It's like I will have to call you on the phone. Professor Tatfen, it's like I will call you on one of my other phones. Then I'll put the phone near the because it's breaking seriously. Like almost every millisecond, you're breaking.
If you can call me, I can speak through.
Yes. Let me call you on my other phone, and then I'll just put it close to the. Just hold on a second. I'll call you. 1 second.
These people are doing everything, sir. This conversation will not go out there.
I'm on a matter today. Today is today. Hello, Prof.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
I hope the audience that also get.
They are hearing you. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. So I was trying to take a leap from what the sister said, trying to explain why the cotton stock couldn't also degrade in Burkina Faso. So aside the low yield, those cotton stock become what they call xenobiotics. That means compound that cannot be degraded by microorganisms. It's either those microorganisms were not available in the soil to degrade these cotton stocks, or would they want to experience that kind of thing? So that's why you see the kind of agricultural revolution that's going on in Burkina Faso now. So now, GMO can near it. You don't want to smell it because they had it actually very hard with GM. Talking about beans, the most annoying thing is that beans is marketed in Nigeria, but how many of us are aware? How many of us are aware? Because they always sneak in some of these products without letting us know. Just as I said in my earlier presentation, it is not true that you cannot label GM in Africa. You can label it. There's what I call genetic labeling. What they are doing actually is to remove a gene from an organism into the beans. There are also genes we refer to as chromogene, genes that provide colors to grains. What can they as well? Remove some of these color genes from other plants, transfer into the beans, so that beans will be green or violet. At least if you fry akara with beans that is violet, we will know. Why are they disguising the identity of the GM by making it look identical with the conventional? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Actually, you don't need to sleep from morning till midnight to really understand that GM is not something we need. GNA is a violation. GNA rapes our culture. We know what our culture demands. And GM is I call it the GM, the GMO, especially for food, is an anti-godly technology. Why am I saying this? Have we ever asked ourselves that Bacillus thuringiensis we are talking about is also found in the soil? If you grow beans on a soil containing that Bacillus thuringiensis, the gene of that Bacillus thuringiensis cannot naturally be transferred to the beans. But it's not sign that man is trying to do it, because God, I said earlier, created nature with a level of orderliness. What we call intraspecies transfer of genes doesn't happen naturally. There have been orderliness in nature. It's only organisms that are of species that can exchange their genetic materials. But we are using science now to take genetic materials from unrelated organisms and crossing them. But there is a price to pay. There is a price to pay. One thing these our scientists, those who are promoting this deadly science, don't understand that no gene works in isolation. That's why when they test a gene by transferring it into another plant, it will interact with other genes in that plant, and some properties that you do not expect may come out of it. So most time, they like very short studies. I mean, short-term studies. You know, within 3 months, they've done abracadabra and report has come out. Let them allow that gene to interact with other gene in that new system where it introduced over a period of 5 years. Let's see whether new gene will not come out. New gene that we do not expect will be generated. Because no gene works in isolation. There are a lot of things. The painful aspect of it is, what have they given to this I don't know, I call them the children of the imperialists, who carrying a black skin. Interrogate science. Just as my brother said, this is not religion. Science is not religion. It speaks with fact. And the facts are available to tell us that these products are not needed by Africans. We talk about insecurity. That's a major problem. We've been talking about infections. Why are they not investing in those infection plaguing African continent? Why must it be our food chain? Because once you seize a man's stomach, you've taken everything from him. Yes, this is another form of colonization, that's how I put it. They colonized our mind in the past. But now they're trying to recolonize us through our food chain. We are not saying they shouldn't produce a GMO. We should to say we want it or we don't want it. They produce that. Let them take it to their country and consume it. God has blessed this continent, for Christ's sake. God has blessed us. They keep telling us that the suicide technology has been removed from it. It's not true. I don't believe in that. So look at the kind of deadly patenting they're coming up with. Are we aware? Look at what is happening in Zimbabwe. The Zimbabwe farmers a couple of months back were shouting because after ensuring that they destroy all their conventional seed, the price of seed now went up. Famine set in that country. And that's the same system they're trying to put us through. They come with all manner of philanthropic actions. Oh, we are giving you this seed free. We'll be giving you free. Yes, just like what they did with the Burkina cotton. Second year, it was free. The third year, they put 250,000 francs. The fourth year started going up until they got to almost 2,500 CFA. That's the same game everywhere. They say wise man learn from other people's mistakes. Why is it that in Nigeria, where we call ourselves the giants? I keep telling people that anywhere GMO goes, genetic modified organism pass, genetic modified corruption follows. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Tatfeng, for that. And, I will just add a very little to it, There's, I think we said so much about GMOs tonight. And one of the very interesting things that I just want to point out here is the transfer of genes. God didn't make it that genes will be all over the place. Biocorruption is a terminal sin. I mean, if you look at where it had ever happened, Genesis 6, when angels came and mated with humans. I mean, believe it or not, whether you like it or not, there's a report of something like that and see what happened. Now you have them taking genes. At the 7th Biosafety Conference in Abuja, I attended it. One of these GMO professors, he said, this was the examples he used. He said, if they want a human being to have horn, it's for them to go to an animal that has horn, take out the gene that gives horn, and plant it on a human's head, and put it in a human being. So these are science, forbidden science. It's not every science that is good. It's not every science that we should practice. So these are forbidden science and they are poorly regulated. It's not that woman that we saw that is going to regulate GMOs in Nigeria, Dr. Yemisi Asbara. I went to their office. That office is like any other local government office. You know, as ineffective and as dysfunctional as they are. That is how that office is. I went there myself. I've interacted with their staff. It's just another government office that is looking for how to, make money from here and there. Nothing about biosecurity, nothing about biosafety, So Nigeria is in trouble if our young people and if our population does not get it right. And we don't have, this is the time we have. Thank God that it's gone as far as it is gone. Thank God that the awareness is where it has reached. We cannot afford for us to lose this particular war at this time. I just thought to add these thoughts. If there are other questions you want to ask, just
Yeah, please, let me, please, that's exactly what I want to do. So please, guys, if you want to ask questions, please, I'm going to start with those that are up here. If you're up here, please, your hands should be up. We'll be bringing everybody up that is requesting the mic. But me, I want to first of all ask my question, right? For so long we have been having these farmers headers clashes, and that is with me. I'm going. I don't know whether you guys it covers people's scope, but I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. But if we are currently having an organization or some people trying to change the kinds of seed that we have, do you guys see any correlation with the incessant unaliving of our farmers by these headers? Do you guys feel like, because I'm thinking that maybe most of these headers are actually being not the headers now, the killer ones. These killer ones have been out there, that they are actually being funded to go and wipe out these people, because it is no coincidence that it's just majorly states that are actually feeding Nigeria that we're having all these incessant unalivings from. Do you guys see any correlation? Are you guys looking at it from that angle also, or you guys just think it is just headers farmers clashes, please?
Okay. So first, I did a research. We did a report which I need to update. All the publicly reported cases of insecurity in Nigeria from 2014 to 2024. We did that research, and in fact, we did not just in the research. We did the territorial occupation of those places that have been affected by insecurity, even up to the crops that they farm in those places. And 98% of the locations are actually farming regions. Major farming, major farming. So even though science will say correlation doesn't mean causation, in other words, fact it correlates doesn't mean its cost is the cause of it until it's proven. But the correlation in itself is strongly suggestive, very strongly suggestive, that especially when you look at the kind of sophisticated weapons that these guys are carrying, you look at it. There was a particular report in a certain village in Kajuru. In fact, my house help in the house here, who is like a family member to us now, is from this village. And there was a particular report of bike men, about over 100 bike guys. There are about three person on each bike, over 100 bikes, storms this village and starts shooting sporadically, shooting and shooting everywhere. And then the villagers, who are predominantly farmers, went in, brought their farming tools, and started trying to defend themselves. And in the process of trying to defend themselves with the local weapons that they could use, their farming tools, a white helicopter, this report is in many major dailies, including Tribune, this day, many of them. This happened in 2022. A white helicopter comes from nowhere and then starts shooting at the farmers. In other words, defending the bike guys that came in, and then starts shooting at the farmers. Do you know what it is to have a helicopter? I don't know when terrorists started using helicopters, and a white helicopter. Which NGO uses white, please? In this country.
UN comes to mind, though, but let me not talk too much.
Exactly. So, but what I'm trying to say is that where did they get these things from? How are these things possible? So, the correlation is too strong, especially when you also find what Dr. Njemanze, his report about a certain technology. And last week I was with Dr. Arikana, Ambassador Dr. Arikana Chihumburi, and we're having a conversation. And she talked about it. She just said in Kenya that the farmers, especially the seed farmers, that they were given devices that they can use to make payments for their, that farmers can use to buy seeds in rural settlements to solve the issues of payments when they're trying to buy seeds. And those devices were later used to track the location of the seed farmers and then unalived them. She was telling me about what happened in Kenya, that it's so terrible. And I said, but it happened in Nigeria too. Dr. Njemanze talked about it, that it happened in Nigeria, and he has proofs for it. And she was like, oh, it happened in Nigeria also? So you're looking at similar blueprints across Africa, and these are people, this is how the many of these organizations work, especially where you have USAID, for instance. They always have USAID actually works for the CIA, has always worked for the CIA. So they've always advanced a course that aligns with their agenda. And then you ask yourself, what's the big agenda? What's the big picture? And it's very simple. Dependency. The sovereignty of nations is too much for some nations to have. Nations must be dependent on the global powers. It is something that we must never forget. Right from the League of Nations, in the League of Nations, the Council of Foreign Relations, and the Royal Institute of International Affairs, they have always advocated for global governance, and the enemy of global governance is your national sovereignty. This is what led to World War I and World War II. And after World War II, the operations of warfare changed. They don't have to stop everything and fight war. No. We are now desensitized that Ukraine and Russia is fighting, but we're still playing World Cup and football, and everything is going on. So right now there are wars. Wars are happening everywhere. The strategy of the build up towards the next biggest war is you're going to have a lot of strategic battles. You have food wars, economic wars, trade wars, which Trump is fighting almost every other day. So in Africa, the war is for us to be dependent on the West and on the global North. And if we're going to be dependent on them, it has to be through their agents, like the Bayers, the Monsantos, especially for food. And once you can lose your food sovereignty, you have lost the war. And that's it. First of all, we've lost the economic war because the economic war started from the period of Shagari into Babangida, the SAP area. And now our currency is so bad that we are so cheap right now to them. We lost the economic war. Thank God for Dangote refinery that has even helped us with fuel. If not, they would have used that as a sore point against us. But then again, we are losing the food war at the moment with the food sovereignty that is being eroded with these transgenic crops that's all over the place. And once you lose the food war, you have lost every other war because the food war controls everything. Once you starve them, that's it. It's over. They will do anything to have food. At the moment in Nigeria, I can tell you for free that our natural organic maize is currently endangered, grossly endangered. Our natural tomatoes is endangered. Me, I can tell you for free that this, at least for the past 3 weeks, I've been trying to get organic maize. I've tried. It's as if it's like you want to buy drugs now. You have to look for, there's a guy, you have to look for one guy somewhere, and the guy is dealing with me like he's dealing with drugs. I'm telling you how it is right now to find organic, natural organic maize, you know, except there's anybody that has a plug. If you are here listening to me and you have a plug, please inbox me. We are looking for plug. It's just like our ginger. See what has happened to Nigerian ginger. Look at what we are buying in the markets now that they are calling ginger. Big and bogus. And it's actually not real ginger. It's not really danger. So if you lose your food, you have lost your culture, you've lost your heritage. And this is where GMO comes in. This is where pesticide, the ubiquitous use of pesticide, this is where it comes in. You will lose everything. And this is why we keep talking. We don't have a product that we're coming to market. Okay, I finished talking now. There's no point I'm going to bring out one product and say, okay, now that I've said don't go to GMOs, I have this special product. I'm not going to do that. Everybody look for your solution yourself. But my own is to tell you the dangers with this thing.
Thank you, my brother PCX. Thank you very much. Honestly speaking, because even me, it makes no sense that the sovereignty of a nation, the food you're eating, you want to put it in the hands of companies that are not even based in the country. One, that every planting season you have to go and buy seeds to plant. It is any sane mind should reject this. Any sane mind should reject this. It is just common sense that okay, what if tomorrow that company folds? What if tomorrow something happens to that company, it stops existing, so we can no longer buy food and eat in our country because the organic seeds of those food that we have all of a sudden become dependent on, we can no longer access them. It is insane. But thank you so much. Let us open up the floor for people to ask questions. I'm going to start with from who came up here first. Emmanuel, please your question, Emmanuel. Then I'll come to Justice. Then the Avowed. Then David in that order. Please, if you're up here, I want to speak. You want to ask a question, please. Your answer up should be up. Please, Dr. Jackie, if you want to ask a question, please. You could just help us with your hands up. Thank you. Emmanuel, please, in a minute, please, your question, please. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you're speaking from. First of all, let me say thank you to Saddam. I think this is one very important topic of discussion. So straight to it, right? So thank you, Pishex, and to our learned esteemed professors that are around here. I'm not a full-on scientist, so I can't really speak to some of these things, but let me come from the view of a normal Nigerian, right, who is sitting on this, or who is sitting down today listening to this space, and then he's asking himself the questions of if this is the level of I don't know what word to use, because almost every statistics I've heard today feels like a nightmare, right? It feels like a horror show. If this is the level to which Nigeria has degraded to, how then? And this already shows that it's not the kind of war that can be fought by one individual. It's not something that I wish I had the kind of money and backing that Bill Gates is giving to some of these companies to maybe see if I could combat it, right? But how can we right now in the interim, while we hope and pray that some way somehow this government decides to wake up to their responsibilities and do the things that they ought to do as every normal sensible government, how, in what little way can Nigerians find a way to I don't know what the word is now, to sort of protect our farmers from this, because for now, to an extent, the main weapon we might have is our voices on the internet, kicking as much as possible against these particular policies, right? But how can we help farmers not to lose out totally? How can we ensure that they are getting the right kind of seeds? What is the, if a farmer is listening to you right now, what is the advice you can give to them to say, okay, this is the best way to get your seeds. This is how you can identify the GMO so that it doesn't affect you. Like, what's the easiest way? Because I I think about everything I've heard today, and I'm scared, because I'm scared for my own life. I'm scared for the lives of other people. Right? It's just a scary shit show. How, what in what way? How really can we fight this in whatever simple way possible?
All right, thank you. Very quickly, I'll just, so because of time, I'll just give you in very quick forms. Number one, a farmer, when I mean a farmer, like you're a professional farmer, most likely inherited the trade from his parents. I was in Southern Kaduna recently and I spoke to one farmer. In fact, they brought the guy to me. They said he's the best tomato farmer in the whole of Southern Kaduna. And when I asked him about the seeds he uses, he said he uses the government, they call it government seeds, seeds they get from the government and from the market. And then I asked him, I said, is he not concerned that he needs to buy the seeds every planting season? He said, yes. I'm talking about tomatoes now. And let's not even just think that it's only GMOs that have this issue of patents and the issue of buying every planting season. Even hybrid seeds have the same issue. Some of them, in fact, most of them, most hybrid seeds, but GMOs are worse. GMOs are 25% worse than hybrid seeds in this. So the guy says, well, he says he has seeds from his grandmother and he has kept it, and that when the time comes, he will go back to it. So and that's my message to all our farmers. And this is why Mexico banned it, because they were losing their natural heirloom. So my message to our farmers is for them to, first of all, don't be greedy. If the gestation period for your crop, I'm using gestation so that you understand it. If it is 6 months and somebody comes to promise you to be ready in 1 month, wait for that 6 months. Because this is how Ponzi catches Nigerians. Somebody comes and gives you wild promises, you will go for it. And then when the thing capsizes, you will now finally go back to your legit business that pays you after 30 days. You know, so the farmers should not give into the greed of bounty harvests and like they are being used. That's the greed. It's the greed that catches the farmers. The farmers shouldn't give into the greed of, we'll give you this chemical and then you don't need to read anymore. The farmers should use the methods they got from their parents. They should prioritize health, because even the farmers are not immune. Many of them are dying. Gone are the days where we will say that our people in the village are living healthier and stronger. Now they are dying. They are having kidney issues and they're having all sorts of organ failure and they don't have the medical care to take care of themselves in the forest. I wish Professor Christopher could come back. He would have told you about his I think his nephew, who works in a farm and was spraying chemicals on the farm for years. Finally, the boy is dead. He's less than 30 years. It's the same chemicals that killed him. So the farmers shouldn't give in to the greed. It's not good for them, and it's not even good for the people that they are farming for. So that's the first thing. Then the second thing is they should use the seeds and the planting stock they got from their parents. Many of them still have it, and they should go back to it. They should go back to the organic manures that they were using before all these synthetic manures came into play. They should go back to those methods. They are more laborious, they are more challenging, but at the end of the day, they are better in health and in results.
Uh,
That's what I think.
Sorry, please
Thank
just
you.
pardon me to just ask this last question. So I get the message that you're passing. So this is probably where I'll just close it on. So what about the cases where, I mean, based on the numbers you've given today, right, we can see how large and how aggressive the investment has been from Bill Gates into this sector. what happens when I mean, as time goes on, they would want to scale on the investment that they're putting in, right? What happens when they try to flood the markets with these things? How do the farmers protect themselves when the market is fully flooded? Because it might, for example, it might not be all farmers who saved the seeds that they got from their parents. How then do they protect themselves from these things? And is there
Okay.
something like a fund? Is there a place where they can possibly go to get properly natural seeds? I don't know. I'm just spitballing the way it comes in my head. But if there's something
No
towards
problem.
that.
That. There are two ways to that. And is Jackie still here? Jackie is also a subject matter expert. Okay, she comes back. All right. First, that is where let me explain how these things are fought. So now you start with science. If the science goes, when science comes into a society, science informs the policy, because when the scientists would take their findings to the policymakers. Then when the policies are implemented, the policies are distilled to the public-private sector, then implemented from the public-private sector, then it goes to the implementers, like the retailers, then from the retailers to the consumers. That's actually how this thing goes. So now we are looking at a place where pseudoscience or forbidden science has entered and has informed our policy. Now we have policies that have enabled Nigeria that we are taking national actions to support GMOs as we currently have. Now it has distilled to the public-private sector, where you have seed companies that are already enabled by policy to sell seeds to retailers and then retailers to farmers. So you're looking at the whole value chain already enabled to destroy our farming systems. So if you're going to fix that, you're going to have to begin the arduous work of changing the policies. And that's where we're at. That's why we're focusing on that at the moment, pushing the policymakers to do what is right. Advocating. And one of the biggest ways to drive policy change is from citizens' pushback. Because you cannot have, like currently, if you use Grok to synthesize what's the percentage resistance to GMOs currently on X, it will tell you 87% of Nigerians are against GMOs. That's what the internet is telling us at the moment. That means the larger population are already advocating for a policy change. That means we need to push it to the policymakers. And the best way you can advocate for this policy change is to sustain the momentum. Keep the hashtags going, keep the retweets going, follow those of us who are pushing it. Keep everywhere you see a post, retweet it, never get tired of it. Keep it going, keep pushing with this. Let me tell you, it may look like maybe I'm a subject matter expert. See, January 2024, as at December 2023, I was just like anybody else. It was January 2024 when I saw the commercialization of telomeres that I dedicated my whole 2024 and 2025 to studying about it, finding who the policymakers are, going after them wherever they are. I do more offline than online. You see me posting, tweeting everywhere. That is just like 10% of what I do. So I dedicated my life and time to ensure that this thing is fought. But I was just like anybody else. As 2 years ago, I have businesses, I have things I do, but I left it to come and focus on this because at this time, I took it as a personal responsibility to kick this thing out of the country. And as at 2 years, as at January, then I didn't even know many of these people that I know now. I didn't know Professor Johnson, I didn't know Professor Tadfeng, I didn't know many of them. And in the
Can I just make a brief
Prof,
statement?
come in, please.
Thank you very much. GMO, let me be specific. GMOs has come into Nigeria through an organized program. Let me repeat that. GMOs have come into Nigeria through an organized effort to capture the Nigeria's food system. Therefore, in my mind, just to follow up on what this program in a rather same scientific process to bring about reversal. And I say this because a very high proportion of your food items in Nigeria today have been polluted. So to clean out all of that is a major problem. So you have to start by enabling a new breed of scientists who have the capability, people like Tafeng and Amua, who are excellent microbiologists who are in this area, to come out and be of this country. And that takes quite some time. It's like cleaning up the polluted areas of the Niger Delta by petroleum. So that will be my first suggestion. Suggestion number two, and I'll be very brief here, is mind-boggling that this particular discussion of today has both APC and GMO. At first, I didn't see the interlink, but now I can see it when I hear Dr. Adebayo speak. To change policy, you've got to change the politicians. If in the next election, those who are seeking your votes, you tell them, will you reverse GMOs? They will tell you yes. I know that they will not do it. There's a president who told us if you do not have light by 2027, don't vote me in. We are not going to get light, but we may not be able to vote him out. But that
They don't attack Prof Network.
And where Prof, the internet not supposed to shake.
When you begin to talk truth, they could just send GMO attackers. Prof, you must finish this statement. You must finish it.
Then,
if he means that you go record them, send them.
As Prof called APC, the fire in network.
These people. Prof, please. If you need you to record it and send it to place.
wow.
Meanwhile, guys, please, I don't know, just to add to the conversation, because people are asking me what can we do on the live or on the space to just, add the conversation out there. Let's just use the hashtag say no to GMOs. Everybody, please just jump on the hashtag. We're in our thousands across multiple platforms here right now. So please, guys, everybody, just jump on the hashtag say no to GMOs. New problems. We don't know how to be consistent in driving narratives, in sending messaging. So this DMO, nobody will talk last week. And I bet we'll move on to something else this week. Meanwhile, the problem persists. It has not changed. The status quo still remains the same, still valid. So please, for me, it's important we stay on messaging to contribute and help these men that are actually putting their lives on the line to bring sanity to our food industry, to what we consume. So please, guys, that's the only way we can contribute. Probably tomorrow morning, if Arise TV wakes up, they'll see Say No to GMOs is trending and it becomes a topic again on mainstream media. So please, everybody, just make use of the hashtag Say No to GMOs. That's our own way of contributing to the conversation. Thank you so much. Prof, can you hear me now, please? Hey. This one GMO Pro Max sound. This guy sound.
understand.
Ah, okay. Dr. Jackie, welcome to the
Yes.
show, man. Welcome, man.
Just
Thank you, sir.
give us a word or two.
Okay, thank you so much for putting this together. I just want to like give a little advice, because this GMO, it's a war, okay? And everybody that is involved in this, please, this is an appeal I'm making. Protect yourself. Invited by the DSS. They said I was what's that thing? Something government. You know how they accuse you of trying to pull down government. But one thing I now said to the man, I said, "You're a Muslim, right?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Okay, let me tell you what we're doing. That what these people are doing is that they are taking genes from an animal and transferring to a plant. Not too much grammar, in a way he could understand." The man said, "What do you mean?" I said, "For instance, you're a Muslim, you don't eat pigs." He said, "Yes." I said, "They can take gene from a pig and put it inside the plant." The man said, wait. And that was what ended that conversation. The man said, "Is that what people are doing?" I said, "Yes." You see, why am I sharing this? You see, sometimes they threaten you with conspiracy theory. You're trying to prove some. You don't need to prove anything. Look for like layman's terms that you can use to communicate this. Do you understand? On Saturday, I'm going to be on a rise. You see, this battle and part of another thing I want to encourage us to do. I had to go into farming. I have a hospital, full hospital, and I'm telling you, if you see the number of cancer cases, rare diseases we see on a daily basis, it's heartbreaking. 7-year-olds, 18-year-olds with that hypertensive. Who hears about hypertension in 18-year-old people? These guys are bent. GMOs, they are here to stay. That they are here in Nigeria already. Because I know the things we have seen. I had to start growing beans. I had to start growing maize, start growing like some vegetables and all that. I have a farm in Galadima. I have another one in Kefi. I can't shout. So what I'm encouraging people to do, while we are making, like pushing this thing, making all the social and media, PSEX, thank you so much for what you're honestly. Because sometimes it's overwhelming for me. I said sometimes I'll just keep quiet and be watching. But we can't keep quiet. So as much as it depends on us, please plant some. Get the beans, which was a very big loss. So you need to now and how many people will go and buy beans and now wait to plant it to be sure that it's non-GMO or GMO before? It's terrible. So these guys are not relenting. And so we too, we can't. We may not have all the resources that they have to match them. But I strongly believe that in our own little way, and for your own health, protect yourself. I tell people, plant inside pot. I grow yam in bags. Now I can't shout. So plant something. It's, of course, it takes a lot of time, but you have to create time because this is your life. This guy looking. I was in Kefi the other day, near our farms. I saw some people pulling up, cassava that somebody planted. It has not even grown. They were just pulling it. I said, "What are you people doing it for?" They smiled. They said they send us more, come, they gather all the cassava. So they will pay the farmers. They were up during Jonathan. So this is not just about APC. I need us not to be distracted. During Jonathan, when this star boy, what's his name, Dr. Adeshino, was in power, Adeshino was vice president in Agra. this cassava, that thing, before people even started knowing what was going on. This was during Jonathan. We made noise. By the time in fact, somebody called me one night and said, Madam, you have 4 children, be careful. Between you and I was very, very scared. And we had to like tone it down a little bit. But these guys went on and on. Of course, you know, that man was the star of that administration. So anything you said, they will counter you, say, this additional, no, don't go there. But he was the two. When we dug into his background, this man went on scholarship from, it was Bill Gates and all the rest of them that sponsored this man like throughout his whole life. I have his profile. We had to dig into Nigeria. Our cassava, before you get cassava that is non-GMO, you have to look well. Beans, when we started talking about beans, they had started doing GMO beans before people woke up. When we now started making noise, they said no, that it was clinical trial. We said, okay, where are the harvest of the clinical trial? They were all inside the Nigerian market. So we did a program with a group called She Trades. She Trades is an organization like Canada and some EU countries to encourage women into exports. When these guys came into Nigeria for training, they said, okay, those of you who are farming beans, stand up. We all stood up. They said, we don't want your beans in Europe. I said, why? They said, because you guys are messing around with GMO beans. That is before government even launched the so-called GMO, and these people kept denying. And that professor from Zaria kept denying, abused my father and my mother, that we are conspiracy theorists and all that. These guys, because the Oyibos, they know what is going on. So what I'm trying to encourage us to do, please, while we are doing social media and all that, let's get into some practicals. Plant something, grow something, at least for your own health, to make sure that on a daily basis, something fresh, even if it's curry leaf, scent leaf, whatever, grow something. And please do more research on the things that you can do to, like, if you're a pastor, please pray well. If you're a Muslim, please pray well. If you're not a whichever, hold on to something, because these guys, they are also diabolical. They are not joking.
That comes out and say his plan is to reduce the population of the world. That there are videos scattered around the internet saying his goal is to reduce the population of the world. Is someone that people are banking on for healthcare, for the food they eat, and they are vouching for. And this one, people want them to say, Oyinbo do jazz. This people of the world, and you people are entrusting your healthcare to him, the vaccines you take to him, and you not say that is if it's not him, Africa for I don't get polio, Africa for no. It's crazy. Thank you so much, Dr. Jackie. Thank you. Let's please share with us, please, in case we have questions for you, please. Thank you. Let me pass the mic to David. David, the justice in that order. David, please welcome. David. All right, justice coming, please.
Yes, thank you very much,
Oh, okay. Can I still speak?
Please, let's make. I want to ask. So today is not talking. Maybe we can come back to talk next week. If you have questions,
absolutely.
Please.
Thank you very much, Saddam, for that.
No, not you. Justice. David already come in now, so I'll come to you after you, Justice. No,
okay.
Thank you, bro.
Okay,
David, come in, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Saddam, and thank you very much, and other our eminent professors and our facilitators here. Thank you very much. Yes, Professor Taff, but I was so happy seeing him here. As a matter of fact, he has been an advocate of an advocate against GMO back then in school while we were still in class when he was lecturing us. There has never been a day he lectures without in Yagua about that was last year. Towards the end of the program, he also made mention of the same effects of GMO. So he's been on it. He's been on it. In fact, I'm just realizing now how important he's been talking about this stuff. And as back then in school, most of us we are not just paying so much attention to it, and which has actually contributed to what we are seeing today. But I'm happy today. There's now an awakeness. We are all awake, and we are now seeing what is happening to us. Well, to my question, yes, uh, I could remember back then when I was still
David,
growing up.
please. David, please. Question, please. Let's go to question, please.
All these bad effects of GMO, genetically modified organism. In this case, now we're talking about mostly make this advocate this effects of this genetically modified organism. How can we bring it down to our farmers so that they can actually understand and know that these plant seed they are buying, most of them are being sponsored by the government, in the sense that the government or the government agencies are the ones that still sell this same seed to them.
I don't know if you were here. We answered a question already very similar to this. And I'll just give a quick rundown. And if anyone has a question along this line also, I think the answer also suffices. See, enter their head. That is the honest truth. Because normally, cassava that takes 1 year, somebody will come and tell you to take 3 months. They will jump at it. So that is what we are saying. And then you convincing them that it is not good also. Let me tell you, they know all these things. And then when you go to meet them and you strengthen the information to them, you understand, and you tell them what informs the policy is the science. Right now, if you look at all the buzzwords around our agricultural sector, you are hearing climate smart crops because they know that we have already bastardized the word GMO. So they are using drought tolerant, they're using climate smart crops and so on and so forth. They say smart agriculture, all those terminologies are still pointing towards GMO. So the science that is currently informing our policy currently is wrong science, and we have the wrong policies currently we're currently implementing the wrong policies. However, additional, and all the things is done. I'm sure it's going to also benefit everyone. If you have any question in this regard, I'm sure to answer your questions. Number one, I made a post today. I'll just read Bayer is what produces the GMO and glyphosate. It's also BlackRock and the Vanguard. The top two shareholders in CNN is the Vanguard and BlackRock. Top two shareholders in Crest Toothpaste, the Vanguard and BlackRock. Top Vanguard, BlackRock. Top two shareholders in Moderna, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top two shareholders in Pepsi, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top two and three shareholders in Coca-Cola, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top two shareholders in Fox News, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top two shareholders in Tesla, Walmart, all of them, the Vanguard, BlackRock. What I'm trying to say here is this. By the time Bayer, whose top shareholders are the Vanguard and BlackRock, they sell GMO and glyphosate to you. By the time Pfizer and Johnson and Johnson and Merck, the drugs that you use to manage the cancer, hypertension, everything, it's still these same guys. So they are bringing the sickness and they're also bringing the solution. So it's a circle of profit for them. And they will also control Google search so that you will not see what you're supposed to see.
They call it problems, reaction, solution. Create the problems.
Organizations, they are the ones that profit from the whole circle. So it is left for a country to allow the invasion of these guys. And this is where you see, so what we're fighting for now, it's not just a fight for have even those of us that have Japa, we won't even have a country to show our children that that's where we came from. Everything would have gone because Nigeria is where many of them want to come and settle when they are done with everything they are doing around the world. So know this and no peace that when you are supporting these things or when you are fighting these things, you are fighting a circle. And pretty much they've not fully infiltrated Nigeria. They are still at the precipice. Is this administration that's currently enabling it like never before? They've never. Buhari was deaf. Buhari couldn't understand it, so he was deaf to it. So the thing was very slow entering Buhari's time. They were able to sign GMO into Nigeria. I don't understand it. Nobody can explain that to me.
Nigeria is in trouble. God help us. Patience, thank you. Let's just allow people to ask about their questions. Please, Justice, come in, please, your question. Thank you.
Yes, my question is very simple. I became corrected on this, but I have visited 2 or 3 abattoirs within the Southeast region. Abattoirs, if you know what abattoirs really do when it comes to vultures, and those animals are like the to the ecosystem. We know from Agric 101 in our secondary school, they say earthworm is one of those very productive, friendly friends to farmers. So they say they irrigate the soil and they give nutrients to the soil as well, the decomposing factor. So is there any correlation with these GMOs and the deleterious effects of these GMOs to even migrate in the cleaning of waste materials within our ecosystem? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a study that I have just noted. I'm going to have to do that study. I saw someone asking me earlier on that what the person said they would like to know what I studied in school.
You
I
just say
studied.
they never chop on the vulture for Southeast.
See, the vulture for don't see GMO run. I'm telling you. So I studied I majored in wildlife, forestry and wildlife, and I majored in wildlife.
I was the one.
I studied forestry and wildlife. I went to University of Agriculture, and I studied forestry and wildlife there. So when you tell me that, when you talk about the migration of birds,
Let's go, Ricky. The avowed.
Yeah. Good day, everyone. Thank you, host. Pishex, thanks for the excellent work you do, and more arrows to your quiver. My first question is a rhetorical one. So, all these GMOs, particularly beans, corn, and cotton is not an edible crop. I'm just curious to ask if the people pushing these varieties they actually consume them, because I think they'll be nice role models for a start. Do they even consume these things they push? I'm looking forward to all these ecosystems in which GMO crops have, caused the damage to. I don't know, from other places in the world where, they've gone through something similar. Is there like some sort of restoration plan in place? Can the ecosystem be restored after this whole damage has been caused? Yeah, so these are my questions. Thank you.
yeah, it's possible to restore. It's possible.
Been eating genetically modified foods for the last 10, 15 years, and are still alive. So we get those responses, you get those kind of answers to the question. And health and environmental impact of GMOs is a very slow process, and it's predicated on a monitoring procedure which Nigeria doesn't even know, and they don't have the facility for. So reversal is a high placed order. It is difficult. One thing that has been said along, at which I heard repeated here today, which we tried to suggest many years ago, but nobody listened, is the introduction of color genes into GMOs. Okay, so you can label genetically modified beans, think that they are eating beans. They are not. They are eating cowpeas. Okay. When we suggested this many years ago, they just laughed at us. This was something coding into the Tesla base, the copy, and all of that, so that when the primitive Nigerian goes into the market in Abuja, he will see a green seed instead of a brown seed. And he will know that this one is genetically modified. Has brought up Monsanto is sending or is likely to send a team headed by maybe one or two Nigerian of GMOs exist and where they do not exist. What is the purpose? To expand the reach so that those who do not use it yet can be targeted to use it. So please, those who are speaking, like Dr.
And a wonderful thank you to our eminent professors. Just a quick one, just a minute. Relating to the all of this stuff, to the security issues, you know, where more than 200 farmers were killed, and where it happened was actually where a military station. They just watched while farmers were being killed, and up until today, they have not been able to take them back to their ancestral lands to farm. Now they've left acres and acres of farmland unharvested, and harvesting season is coming. which means probably that is going to go to waste. Now, my question is to not actually a question, actually, it's a reminder because I really wanted to hear what Rose Gilado went to the north to say, and Bishex wanted to tell us. I think he forgot. Yeah, I think it would have been nice to let us know here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Why patients sort what is in the background, it's just important to understand what's really going on in this country. Listen to what this man just said right now. There is no how that amount of people will be unalived. There's a military checkpoint, there's a military stations close to that place, and there was no response. Nigeria is an active crime scene. And I just hope Nigerians understand what is at stake. And there's always a cover up. Many Nigerians don't see this scene. We always see how they want to paint it. They want to paint it as it's Fulani herdsmen and farmers. Like Fulani herdsmen want to come and occupy your lands. Fulani herdsmen want to. So they give a different narrative. Nigerians are focused on attacking themselves, thinking is a war against, is a tribal war, is a war about and domineering some set of people. Meanwhile, the actual agenda is just flowing underneath it. It is in, I don't know, Prof. If Prof is still here, we can already have Dr. Jackie here to answer questions. So before P-Shex comes back. Meanwhile, guys, please let's use the hashtag say no to GMO as we wind down the clock. I think it's been a very interesting conversation. Before we probably we might wait for them or just go to the second part of the conversation. But let me just come to SIM card, my big bro. Welcome, sir.
Sorry, I have a question for Dr. Jackie, so she doesn't leave, even PCX, but now it's not.
No, P-Shex is coming back. Is it okay? Okay, ask your questions to Dr. Jackie then.
Okay, so thank you very much, and I wish PCX was here. So forgive my ignorance, Dr. Jackie, and I'm always solution oriented, even in areas that I have no knowledge of. So the little agriculture I know when I did back in the one I did in secondary school. So you plant 4 maize, it comes out with like a whole bunch and stuff like that. So is it possible for what I wanted to ask for you and P-Shex, maybe if you can plant for the purpose of reproduction and then still get this thing for house? At least if this is the least we can do to keep these things available pending, because maybe the other ones that are
Yes.
endangered. So if we can have these things, if you can plant, you let us know. We can come and collect some and see plant and keep in our own house. And if video can also be made on the little ways to get these things done and what we can, I mean, really frustrating. Really frustrating. So, Pisha,
Yes.
you are back. I don't know if you heard my question. So, Dr. Jackie, you can just go ahead.
Okay. Let me just chip in something there. That's the like I said, this is war. What we do. Like the way we were raised. When you plant something, you save your seeds for the next planting season. So when I found out that a lot of the beans we are getting from the market to plant, it will give you beautiful leaves and no. Because what we observed, I was invited to be, or rather, I stumbled into a program happening in Gombe, sponsored by World Bank and Ministry of Agriculture. They were calling it home, like it's like farm to table project. are we not using GMO seeds to do this in the north? The man looked at me like, did you fall from the sky? GMO what? So the thing that is going on is this: there are those who are quietly grooming their people, their states, telling them don't touch these GMO seeds. Help you like clear the land without wanting to use chemical pesticides or herbicides to kill all the weeds and all that. And because of the kind of medicine I practice, there's nothing like weed. All those things they see like weed, they are medicine. So we have to pay extra money to get people to weed with hand. Do you understand? Because that over the years, so we have found out that we can now grow our beans, save the seeds, and replant them. So that's why, like, look as if, like, okay, oh, this thing people say something must kill Africa. As I say, something must not kill somebody. My father died at 104 years. I don't. Then in Galadimawa, we're still like
Please,
trying
oh,
to
don't call the
live more.
location, no, please. Doctor, don't call the location, no, please.
No, no,
I
you
beg.
know,
May she even call the
you're
location
correct.
because very soon everybody will have this thing
No,
in their
no,
house.
no, my
No,
brother, no, make sure don't
okay,
call
No,
the
no,
I
yes,
no.
beg.
you
Let me
not call
tell
the
you
Sabi
what.
make
location.
fat for Twitter, I beg.
But
Please, my brother, no, no,
No,
no. Brother, no.
no,
soon all of us go get them for our house, so they go come raid
When
everybody
that
no,
time
house.
reach, we can find how we can
no. What we're
get it, but not
encouraging
be
people to
exposing it,
do,
please.
you know, like the bean, like the seeds, like the seeds we have, bean seed. Like I tell people, come, I will give you some of this. Go and plant. Do you understand? Come and because as much that's even if it's little, even if it's one mudu, come and get a critical mass of people. Do you understand? A critical mass of people who will say, yes, I have at least good something, good beans, good maize, because these are staple foods. The funny thing that these people did in other countries, they started with apple, maybe peaches, all those oyibo. But in Nigeria, they started with the staple food, the food that even babies are eating. That's the most painful part of the whole thing. Maize, cassava, beans. You know, try and buy some rice. You go and cook it. Allow it to be cold. It becomes plastic. Of nature, every law of God we obey has a reward. Every law of God broken has consequences, and it is the consequences that we're seeing in our health. So I encourage people, look, anyhow you want to. I don't know how we're going to do this, Bisheks, but let's give people some seeds, let them plant. Do you
Yes,
understand?
please,
So
please.
that we'll now think of, okay, how do we now like collect chairman of the House Committee on Agricultural, whatever. That's a very good move. It's important that we keep these people, the people, the decision makers. Let's one on one, they have conscience. So a lot of them are suffering from one thing or the other. Um, High blood pressure, cancer, this one, that one. Let them understand the implication of this, that you are what you eat. the God that you serve. So when they talk, because I have been offered, when I traveled to the US, I was offered heavy money for research. See, my brother, if like apart from being a pastor, I have had encounter. Can
First,
tell us.
yeah, but currently, at least I'm aware of a project that's currently sitting on about 20 hectares for a seed multiplication drive. So for maize, we are, of course, thank God that we are affiliated to 2 universities in Nigeria at the moment. The university in Benue State, there's a lot of research that's going to be going on there, and the university is a controlled area, so there's a lot of controlled seed multiplication that will be going on at the 2 universities we are currently affiliated with. There's a lot. But one thing I would like to say is that it is the current science is that organic is the alternative. No, it's not the alternative. That is the real thing that we have, you know.
Exactly.
So the alternative, and they cannot use it to replace the natural. So right, that's it. About the fact that we need to be careful. See, there's wisdom. There's how you do things, which you have to do with a lot of wisdom, especially when you're in Nigeria. I remember 20 DSS officials, police, special police. The whole place was filled with and then push our message because they understood the fact that they also, if we didn't do it, their kidneys and livers and their body health is also at stake. So we made everybody clear. We cleared it out to everybody that you have to support making Nigerians patriotic. And this is one of them. I can tell you that this cause is one of the best causes to fight because you can't successfully take out patriotism from a Nigerian amongst some of our scientists and regulators. So yeah, that's my answer to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
That a lot of their staff are not happy with GM. That's NAPMA, National Biosafety Management Agency.
Regulatory people. Yes, now. Have you forgotten when we had our
A lot of their staff are not happy.
debate at Brekete? 6 people called in from Rosgidado's office. Sorry, 5 people called in from Rosgidado's office that they don't have any. That there's no laboratory here, that they know those 2 people, that they share money with which. That was what their staff were calling. In MBMA, I'm
Yes.
aware of their staff. Some of their staff don't eat GMO. Their staff stay away from GMO. I am aware.
Oh dear.
All right, thank you so much. Let's bring him up with
Talk.
I'm very upset, really angered and bitter because
sorry, SIM card. After the day we come to you. Sorry, sir, please.
I live here and I know what we do and how much we pay for organic food. And I get upset because powerful that Nigerians can't come out and speak truth to all this nonsense going on. Why can't we do something? Because I don't have all the science behind it. I just know that GMO is not good. What do we do? How do we drive this whole thing so that people, our market women, our farmers, our children, we will know that this is a death sentence?
Oh.
Why can't we? Why are they too many? Because from what I'm gathering, they're not even many people. Is what they are taking here. They now have what they call, is it sand bed, sand mattress, sand from the earth, so that you should not walk, or you should be able to walk on the bare floor to get healing. It's happening here. And then we have these things back at home and they are teaching, are we not many, much more than they are? I know they are the ones doing all of this. From all of these things I'm gathering, can we not do something like a revolution against our food, where the poor man gets food to eat? At least, even if you
Ignorance of the followership and greed of the leadership. These are two have been quoting the Bible. One of the quotes is that you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free. In a country that is captured in ignorance, they can never free themselves. Continue with the enlightenment, continue with the education. And one of the difficulties in our institutions of higher learning, something we don't teach, we don't even have a curriculum. Who know how to grow crops, they don't see the relationship between crops and trees. And they argue. And the things they tell you will blow your mind. Absolutely ignorant. So what Dr. Adebayo and others are doing right now why GMO is bad and why they must go organic. And let me also say that there are several platforms on which they are talking about organic agriculture. I can't remember what year, but many years ago, country of mixed croppers. I almost couldn't get out of IIT because here was a lecturer grade 3 or grade 2 challenging the professor. We should turn around all of this. Please let us not be discouraged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, let's go to SIM card, please. Question, please. Thank you, sir.
A very big thank you for this opportunity. But would I say rather, okay, my question will come at the end, but all of these that we've been listening to today is hard a boring nation, a nation that is supposed to be the giant of Africa, but now that's why they say elections have repercussions. You know, the people that are the helm of affairs are very, very key to your decision making and all of that. Seeds that will be readily available in 1 or 2 months for instead of our normal seeds that will last for 6 months. Kind of situation, because you still went further to say GEJ signed this into law before he left, which put us in a messier situation. And information that I needed was Pishek's page. I was just there. I went through and I saw a lot of things. So I equipped myself and I did a video and I put it out. We are quite a number on this page right now. If we go out of our way to make a greed because of monies that is thrown at them. So I want to urge us all to do a little bit of putting it out there, with the hashtag say no to G. Right now is weakened and they keep borrowing, and there's a lot to throw out from this Oga. We bless it, don't move for gadgets, enter agriculture. So
in quotes. Do you
Right.
understand? Not be seen as fighting government. Government must see this thing on, because what I was speaking with somebody yesterday, and that's part of what I'm going to be addressing. How can you help us use it to present ourselves as we care for Nigerians? Do you understand? And you see, for me now, I don't need any credit. I don't speak with some of them at that hierarchy, top hierarchy. Honestly, they don't really understand, because it's what they put on the table. It's what the DG and the advisors bring to the table of Oga at the top. That's what they keep this effort of pushing at that top and not see ourselves as confrontational. One person thing. So that's just one thing I want to chip in. Let's make sure that we're not confrontational, but at the same time, very consistent and aggressive in our push towards some policy changes.
Yes.
Yes, you can go ahead and contribute, please.
Okay. Um, that's one of the reasons why they have not that these these GMO people are not hitting the mark. That we need to be. They need to be. They need to make us face off with the government. So, but the truth of the matter is this: is the fact that at the end of the day, we are Nigerians, and there is no food for APC or food for PDP. There's no food for Labour Party. Everybody's going to go to the same market and eat the same food. Show them the whole thing. Till today, I get friendly calls from them, the same guys. We wrote to it, recommended her in the newspaper. The organization commended her project, everything regarding, and we looked at the strategic importance that, because what they were doing was to stimulate every woman to have end. They did the closeout ceremony last week in Abuja. I was personally there. That was where I visited. They had started farms. Even women with disabilities have started farms that dance around it. You show them that it fix it. I may have my reservation on that things, but I'll keep it inside my head. But for the time being, we all have to fix the problem is from that OFAB that came in to scatter everything. When you come in with some kinds of money, yes becomes no. And you see, we're already at that critical point where something has to give way. And you can already see you go inside and outside, back and front, and talk about it to Nigerians. Critical, and you see a critical demography in Nigeria, and I really wonders. You will see where the professor and that guy, the professor and the doctor guy that did PBR copy, where totally embarrassed and totally. My Instagram is just follow. I don't even know how to use it. If anybody can cut video, we will all push it out. Like I mean, every day post 10, put hashtag is contributing to the quota. Enter comment section here and there, push it, is contributing to the work. So that pressure we have already fighting for Nigeria. We are fighting for the soul of this nation. That this fight is bigger than me and you. This guy is a young APC guy, funny enough, quote unquote. Bring, we'll kick it out. Shebi Apoko doctor brought laptop out. You saw how people reacted to it. It's not because you see, I was very happy. No, I wasn't happy because they were attacking him. What gave me our people? And you see, it just takes a few people. And if the influencers and the domain start it and do it, it becomes a movement. Everybody will follow suit. That is the principle of everyone that has stayed on this call, you know, our friends and our enemies. Thank you for staying. Thank you for listening. It's the truth. I know they are here. I'm greeting Anado. I'm greeting all of you.
Whatever we can do to see growth in our country, anyhow that we can help, especially this topic is something that please let it not just be a conversation that ends here today. Let it be something that you guys, everybody takes out of here to your other platforms, your WhatsApp, your Instagrams. Make video about it. I think I'm even going to do one. Know what they're doing, and if they don't stop, we too are not going to stop. They tell us it is enough, and we don't hear honor. Billions to spend, and he has always come out here. His ambition is to depopulate the world through vaccines, through agriculture, through healthcare. He's showing you the battle we're up against, and we fight it to the very end. So for me, we're just going to end the show right now. Thank you to all of you listening. We're going to end on Twitter, but I'll be switching over to TikTok for the next week Thursday. Please, I wish we could hamper more on the 10 years of it. Could not, but because this GMO is the most, let's translate to agenda. Beg. Thank you so much, guys, on X. I'll see you guys on Let's Go on TikTok real quick. Thank you so much, every one of you. My brother P. God bless you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jackie, for your wealth of experience. Zudo, Gregory, Activist, JNF, Peter O, Julius, Hotsev, TikTok in the minutes. God bless you guys. Stay safe and have a great weekend ahead.